Chapter 1. Apparent age 32. Height 169. Detective Chief Inspector Maigret of the Flying Squad raised his eyes. It seemed to him that the cast-iron stove in the middle of his office, with its chimney tube rising to the ceiling, wasn't roaring properly. He pushed the telegram away, rose ponderously to his feet, adjusted the flue, and thrust 3 shovels of coal into the firebox. Then he stood with his back to the stove, filled his pipe, and adjusted his stud collar, which was irritating his neck even though it wasn't set very high. He glanced at his watch. 4 p.m. His jacket was hanging on a hook on the back of the door. Slowly, he returned to his desk, mouthing a translation as he went. International Criminal Police Commission to Police Judiciaire in Paris, Krakow. Police report citing Pieter the Latvian en route to Bremen. The International Criminal Police Commission, or KHC, is based in Vienna. Broadly speaking, it oversees the struggle against organized crime in Europe, with a particular responsibility for liaison between the various national police forces on the continent. Maigret pulled up another telegram that was similarly written in IPC. The secret international police code used for communication between all the world's police forces. He translated at site Polizei, Presidium Bremen, to PJ Paris Pieter. The Latvian reported en route Amsterdam and Brussels. Another telegram from the Nederlandse Centrale in Zaken Internationale Misdadigers. The Dutch Police HQ reported at 11 a.m. Pieter the Latvian boarded Étoile du Nord, compartment G, 263. Destination Paris. The final message in IPC had been sent from Brussels and said, "Confirm Pieter, the Latvian, on board Étoile du Nord via Brussels 2A. M. In compartment reported by Amsterdam." Behind Maigret's desk, there was a huge map pinned to the wall. The inspector was a broad and heavy man. He stood staring at the map, with his hands in his pockets and his pipe sticking out the side of his mouth. His eyes traveled from the dot representing Krakow to the other dot showing the port of Bremen, and from there to Amsterdam and Paris. He checked the time once again, 4:20. The Étoile du Nord should now be hurtling along at 60 miles an hour between Saint-Quentin and Compiègne. It wouldn't stop at the border. It wouldn't be slowing down. In car 5, compartment G, 263, Pieter the Latvian was presumably spending his time reading or looking at the scenery. Maigret went over to a door that opened onto a closet, washed his hands in an enamel basin, ran a comb through thick, dark brown hair flecked with only a few silver strands around the temple, and did his best to straighten out his tie. He'd never learned how to do a proper knot. It was November, and it was getting dark. Through the window, he could see a branch of the Seine, Place Saint-Michel, and a floating wash house, all in a blue shroud, speckled by gas lamps, lighting up one after the other. He opened a drawer and glanced at a dispatch from the International Identification Bureau in Copenhagen. Paris, PJ. Pieter Lilletetten, 32. 169. 015 4. Two, 3, 3, 5, 0, 3, 0, 3, career 1, 0, 4, 1, 3, 4, 0, 4, 1, 7, 0, 5, 2, 1. This time he made an effort to speak the translation aloud, and even went over it several times, like a school child reciting a lesson. Description: Pieter the Latvian, apparent age 32 years, height 116, straight line, bottom flat, extension large max, special feature septum not visible, ear unmarked rim, lobe large, max cross and dimension small max, protuberant antitragus, vex edge lower fold, edge shape straight line edge feature separate lines, orthognathouse upper, long face, biconcave, eyebrows thin fair light, lower lip jutting, max thick lower droop, light. This word picture of Pieter was as clear as a photograph to Inspector Maigret. The principal features were the first to emerge. The man was short, slim, young, and fair-haired, with sparse blonde eyebrows, greenish eyes, and a long neck. Maigret now also knew the shape of his ear in the minutest detail. This would enable him to make a positive identification in a milling crowd, even if the suspect was in disguise. He took his jacket off the hook and slipped his arms into it, then put on a heavy black overcoat and a bowler hat. One last glance at the stove, which seemed on the verge of exploding. At the end of the corridor, on the stair landing that was used as a waiting room, he reminded Jean, "You won't forget to keep my stove going, will you?" The wind swirling up the stairs took him by surprise, and he had to shelter from the draft in a corner to get his pipe to light. Wind and rain blew in squalls over the platforms of Gare du Nord, despite the monumental glass canopy overhead. Several panes had blown out and lay in shards on the railway tracks. The lighting wasn't working properly. People huddled up inside their clothes. Outside one of the ticket windows, an alarming travel notice had been posted: channel forecast gale force winds. One woman, whose son was to catch the Folkestone boat train, looked upset. Her eyes were red. She kept on telling the boy what he should do, right up to the last minute. In his embarrassment, he had no choice but to promise not to go out on deck. Maigret stood near platform 11, where people were awaiting the arrival of the Étoile du Nord. All the leading hotels, as well as Thomas Cook, had their agents standing by. He stood still. Other people were agitated. A young woman, clad in mink, yet wearing only sheer silk stockings, walked up and down, stamping her heels. He just stood there, a hulk of a man, with shoulders so broad as to cast a wide shadow. When people bumped into him, he stayed as firm as a brick wall. The yellow speck of the train's headlamp appeared in the distance. Then came the usual hubbub, with porters shouting and passengers tramping and jostling their way towards the station exit. A couple of hundred passengers paraded past Maigret before he picked out in the crowd a short man wearing a broad-checked green traveling cape of a distinctly Nordic cut and color. The man wasn't in a hurry. He had 3 porters behind him, bowing and scraping. An agent from one of the grand hotels on the Champs-Élysées cleared the way in front of him. Apparent age 32, height 169, sinus top. Maigret kept calm. He looked hard at the man's ear. That was all he needed. The man in green passed close by. One of his porters bumped Maigret with one of the suitcases. At exactly the same moment, a railway employee began to run, shouting out something to his colleague standing at the station end of the platform, next to the barrier. The chain was drawn closed. Protests erupted. The man in the traveling cape was already out of the station. Maigret puffed away at his pipe in quick, short bursts. He went up to the official who had closed the barrier. Police, what's happened? A crime? They've just found carriage 5. I think so. The station went about its regular business. Only platform 11 looked abnormal. There were 50 passengers still waiting to get out, but their path was blocked. They were getting excited. Let them go, Maigret said, but let them go. He watched the last cluster move away. The station loudspeaker announced the departure of a local train. Somebody was running somewhere. Beside one of the carriages of the Étoile du Nord, there was a small group waiting for something, 3 of them, in railway company livery. The station master got to them first. He was a large man and had a worried look on his face. Then a hospital stretcher was wheeled through the main hall, past clumps of people who looked at it uneasily, especially those about to depart. Maigret walked up the side of the train with his usual heavy tread, smoking as he went. Carriage 1, carriage 2. He came to carriage 5. That's where the group was standing at the door. The stretcher came to a halt. The station master tried to listen to the 3 men, who were all speaking at the same time. Police, where is he? Maigret's presence provided obvious relief. He propelled his placid mass towards the center of the frantic group. The other men instantly became his satellites. In the toilet, Maigret hauled himself up onto the train and saw that the toilet door on his right was open. On the floor, in a heap, was a body bent double in a strangely contorted posture. The conductor was giving orders from the platform. Shunt the carriage to the yard. Hang on. Track 62. Let the railway police know. At first, he could only see the back of the man's neck. But when he tipped his cap off its oblique angle, he could see the man's left ear. Maigret mumbled to himself, lobe large, max cross, and dimension small max, protuberant, antitragus. There were a few drops of blood on the linoleum. Maigret looked around. The railway staff were standing on the platform or on the running board. The station master was still talking. So Maigret clenched his pipe between his teeth even harder and turned the man's head over. If he hadn't seen the traveler in the green cloak leave the station, if he hadn't seen him taken to a car by an interpreter from the Majestic, He could have had doubts. It was the same physiognomy, the same fair toothbrush mustache under a sharply defined nose, the same sparse blonde eyebrows, the same gray-green eyes. In other words, Pieter, the Latvian Maigret, could hardly turn around in the tiny washroom, where the tap was still running and a jet of steam was seeping from some poorly sealed joint. He was standing right next to the corpse. He pulled the man's upper body upright and saw on his chest, on his jacket and shirt, the burn marks made by gunshot from point-blank range. It was a big, blackish stain tinged with the dark red of coagulating blood. One detail struck the inspector. He happened to notice one of the man's feet. It was twisted on its side, as was the whole body, which must have been squashed into a corner so as to allow the door to close. The shoe was black and happened to be of a very cheap and common kind. Apparently, it had been resoled. The heel was worn on one side, and a coin-shaped gap had opened up in the middle of the sole. The local chief of the railway police had now reached the carriage and was calling up from the platform. He was a self-confident man, wearing a uniform with epaulets. So what is it? Then murder-suicide. Don't touch anything until the law gets here. Okay? Be careful. I'm the one who's in charge. Okay. Maigret had a tough time disentangling his own feet from the dead man's legs to extricate himself from the toilet. With swift, professional movements, he patted the man's pockets, clean as a whistle. Nothing in them at all. He got out of the carriage. His pipe had gone out. His hat was askew, and he had a blood stain on his cuff. Well, if it isn't Maigret, what do you make of it, then? Not much. Go have a look yourself. It's suicide, right? If you say so. Did you call the prosecutor's office? As soon as I heard, the loudspeaker crackled with some message or other. A few people had noticed there was something unusual going on and stood in the distance, watching the empty train and the group of people standing next to the running board of Carriage 5. Maigret strode off without saying a word. He left the station and hailed a cab. Hotel Majestic. The storm had got even worse. Gusts swept down the streets and made pedestrians totter about like drunks. A roof tile smashed onto the pavement. Buses and more buses. The Champs-Élysées was almost entirely deserted. Drops of rain had begun to fall. The porter at the Majestic dashed out to the taxi with a huge red umbrella. Police. Has someone from the Étoile du Nord just checked in? That prompted the porter to fold his umbrella. Yes, sir, that true. Green cape, fair mustache. That right, sir, go reception. People were scrambling to shelter from the rain. Maigret got inside the hotel just in time to avoid drops as big as walnuts and cold as ice. Despite this, the receptionists and interpreters behind the polished wood counter were as elegant and efficient as ever. Police. A guest in a green cape, small fair musta. Room 17, sir. His bags are on their way up right now. Chapter 2. Mixing with millionaires. Inevitably, Maigret was a hostile presence in the Majestic. He constituted a kind of foreign body that the hotel's atmosphere could not assimilate. Not that he looked like a cartoon policeman. He didn't have a mustache, and he didn't wear heavy boots. His clothes were well cut and made of fairly light worsted. He shaved every day and looked after his hands. But his frame was proletarian. He was a big, bony man. Iron muscles shaped his jacket sleeves and quickly wore through new trousers. He had a way of imposing himself just by standing there. His assertive presence had often irked many of his own colleagues. It was something more than self-confidence, but less than pride. He would turn up and stand like a rock with his feet wide apart. On that rock, shatter. Whether Maigret moved forward or stayed exactly where he was, his pipe was nailed to his jawbone. He wasn't going to remove it just because he was in the lobby of the Majestic. Could it be that Maigret simply preferred to be common and self-assertive? You just couldn't miss the man, wearing a big, black, velvet-collared overcoat in that brightly lit lobby, where excitable society ladies scattered trails of perfume. Tinkling laughter and loud whispers amidst the unctuous compliments of impeccable flunkies. He paid no attention. He wasn't part of the flow. He was impervious to the sound of jazz floating up from the dance floor in the basement. The inspector started to go up one of the stairs. A lift boy called out and asked if he wanted to take the lift. But Maigret didn't even turn round. At the first landing, someone asked him, "Are you looking for?" It was as if the sound waves hadn't reached him. He glanced at the corridors with their red carpets stretching out so far that they almost made you sick. He went on up. On the second floor, he read the numbers on the bronze plaques. The door of No 17 was open. Valets with striped waistcoats were bringing in the luggage. The traveler had taken off his cloak and looked very slender and elegant in his pinstripe suit. He was smoking a papyrosa and giving instructions at the same time. No, 17 wasn't a room, but a whole suite lounge, study, bedroom, and bathroom. The doors opened onto two intersecting corridors, and at the corner, like a bench placed by a crossroads, there was a huge, curved sofa. That's where Maigret sat himself down, right opposite the open door. He stretched out his legs and unbuttoned his overcoat. Pierre saw him and, showing neither surprise nor disquiet, he carried on giving instructions. When the valets had finished placing his trunks and cases on stands, he came to the door, held it open for an instant to inspect the detective, then closed it himself. Maigret sat there for as long as it took to smoke 3 pipes and to dismiss 2 room service waiters and 1 chambermaid who came up to inquire what he was waiting for. On the stroke of 8, Pieter, the Latvian, came out of his room, looking even slimmer and smarter than before, in a classically tailored dinner jacket that must have come from Savile Row. He was hatless. His short, ash blonde hair was already thinning. His hairline was set far back, and his forehead not especially high. You could glimpse a streak of pink scalp along the parting. He had long, pale hands. On the 4th finger of his left hand, he wore a chunky platinum signet ring set with a yellow diamond. He was smoking again. Another papyrosa. He walked right up to Maigret, stopped for a moment, looked at him as if he felt like saying something, then walked on towards the lift as if lost in thought. 10 minutes later, he took his seat in the dining room at the table of Mr. and Mrs. Mortimer Livingston. The latter was the center of attention. She had pearls worth a cool $1,000,000 on her neck. The previous day, her husband had come to the rescue of one of France's biggest automobile manufacturers, with the result that he was now its majority shareholder. The 3 of them were chatting merrily. Pieter talked a lot, but discreetly, with his head leaning forwards. He was completely at ease. natural, and casual. Despite being able to see the detective's dark outline through the glazed partition, Inspector Maigret asked reception to show him the guest list. He wasn't surprised to see that Peter had signed in under the name of Oswald Oppenheim, ship owner from Bremen. It was a foregone conclusion that he had a genuine passport and full identity papers in that name, just as he no doubt did in several others. It was equally obvious that he'd met the Mortimer Livingstons previously, whether in Berlin, Warsaw, London, or New York. Was the sole purpose of his presence in Paris to rendezvous with them, and to get away with another one of the colossal scams that were his trademark. Maigret had the Latvian's file card in his jacket pocket. It said, "Extremely clever and dangerous. Nationality uncertain. From Baltic area. Reckoned to be either Latvian or Estonian. Fluent in Russian, French, English, and German. High level of education. Thought to be capo of major international ring, mainly involved in fraud. The ring has been spotted successively in Paris, Amsterdam, Van Heuvel case, Bern United Shipowners affair, Warsaw Lippmann case, and in various other European cities where identification of its methods and procedures was less clear. Peter the Latvian's associates seem to be mainly British and American. One who has been seen most often with him, and who was identified when he presented a forged check for cash at the Federal Bank in Bern, was killed during arrest. His alias was Major Howard of the American Legion, but it has been established that he was actually a former New York bootlegger, known in the USA as Fat Fred. Pieter the Latvian has been arrested twice. First, in Wiesbaden, for swindling a Munich trader out of 500,000 marks. Second, in Madrid, for a similar offense involving a leading figure at the Spanish royal court. On both occasions, he used the same ploy. He met his victims and presumably told them that the stolen sums were safely hidden, and that having him arrested would not reveal where they were. Both times, the complaint was withdrawn, and the plaintiffs were probably paid off. Since then, has never been caught red-handed, is probably in cahoots with the Marinetti gang counterfeit money and forged documents and the Cologne gang, the Wallbusters. There was another rumor doing the rounds of European police departments. Pieter as the ringleader and money launderer of one or more gangs, was said to be sitting on several million that had been split up under different names in different banks and even invested in legitimate industries. The man smiled subtly at the story Mrs. Mortimer Livingston was telling, while with his ivory hand he plucked luscious grapes from the bunch on his plate. "Excuse me, sir, could I please have a word with you?" Maigret was speaking to Mortimer Livingston in the lobby of the Majestic after Pieter and Mortimer's wife had both gone back up to their rooms. Mortimer didn't have the athletic look of a Yank. He was more of the Mediterranean type. He was tall and thin. His very small head was topped with black hair parted down the middle. He looked permanently tired. His eyelids were weary and blue. In any case, he led an exhausting life, somehow managing to turn up in Deauville, Miami, Venice, Paris, Cannes, and Berlin before getting back to his yacht and then dashing off to do a deal in some European capital or to referee a major boxing match in New York or California. He looked Maigret up and down in lordly fashion. "And you are Detective Chief Inspector Maigret of the Flying Squad." Mortimer barely frowned and stood there leaning forwards as if he had decided to grant just 1 second of his time. "Are you aware you have just dined with Pieter the Latvian? Is that all you have to say?" Maigret didn't budge an inch. It was pretty much what he'd expected. He put his pipe back in his mouth. He'd allowed himself to remove it in order to speak to the millionaire, and muttered, "That's all." He looked pleased with himself. Livingston moved off icily and got into the lift. It was just after 9:30. The symphony orchestra that had been playing during dinner yielded the stage to a jazz band. People were coming in from outside. Maigret hadn't eaten. He was standing calmly and patiently in the middle of the lobby. The manager repeatedly gave him worried and disapproving looks from a distance. Even the lowliest members of staff scowled as they passed by. When they didn't manage to jostle him, the Majestic could not stomach him. Maigret persisted in being a big, black, unmoving stain amidst the gilding, the chandeliers, the comings and goings of silk evening gowns, fur coats and perfumed, sparkling silhouettes. Mrs. Livingston was the first to come back down in the lift. She had changed, and now wore a lame cape lined with ermine that left her shoulders bare. She seemed astonished not to find anyone waiting for her, and began to walk up and down, drumming the floor with her gold-lacquered high heels. She suddenly stopped at the polished wooden counter where the receptionists and interpreters stood and said a few words. One of the staff pushed a red button and picked up a handset. He looked surprised and called a bellboy, who rushed to the lift. Mrs. Mortimer Livingston was visibly anxious. Through the glass door, you could see the sleek shape of an American-made limousine standing at the curb. The bellboy reappeared, spoke to the member of staff, who in his turn said something to Mrs. Mortimer. She protested. She must have been saying, "But that's impossible." Maigret then went up the staircase, stopped outside Suite 17, knocked on the door. As he'd expected after the circus he'd just watched, there was no answer. He opened the door and found the lounge deserted. Pieter's dinner jacket was lying casually on the bed in the bedroom. One trunk was open. A pair of patent leather shoes had been left at opposite ends of the carpet. The manager came in and grunted, "You're already here, are you? So, vanished. Has he Livingston as well? Is that right? Now there's no need to go overboard. Neither of them is in his room, but we'll probably find them somewhere else in the hotel." "How many exits are there?" "3. The main entrance on the Champs-Élysées. Then there's the entrance in the covered mall and the service entrance on Rue de Ponthieu." "Is there a security guard?" "Call him." The telephone worked. The manager was in a temper. He took it out on an operator who couldn't understand him. He kept his gaze fixed on Maigret, and it was not kind. "What does all this mean?" he asked, as he waited for the guard to come up from the glass-walled box where he was on duty beside the service entrance. "Nothing, or almost as you said. I hope there's not been the word crime, dreaded like the plague by hoteliers the world over, from the humblest lodging-house landlord to the manager of a luxury resort, just would not pass his lips. We'll find out." Mrs. Mortimer Livingston appeared. "Well?" she inquired. The manager bowed and muttered something. A figure appeared at the far end of the corridor. An old man with a straggly beard and ill-cut clothes at odds with the luxurious appearance of the hotel. He was obviously meant to stay in the back. Otherwise, he too would have been given a fine uniform and been sent to the barber every day. "Did you see anyone go out? When?" in the last few minutes. A guy from the kitchen. I think I wasn't paying attention. A guy with a cap. Was he short fare? Maigret interrupted. Yes, I think so. I wasn't watching. He was quick. Nobody else? I don't know. I went round the corner to buy the paper. Mrs. Mortimer Livingston began to lose her temper. Well now, is that how you conduct a manhunt? She said to Maigret. I've just been told you're a policeman. My husband might have been killed. What are you waiting for? The look that then fell upon her was Maigret through and through, completely calm, completely unruffled. It was as if he'd just noticed the buzzing of a bee, as if what he had before him was something quite ordinary. She was not accustomed to being looked at in that way. She bit her lip, blushed crimson beneath her makeup, and stamped her heel with impatience. He was still staring at her, because he was pushing her to the limit, or perhaps because she didn't know what else to do. Mrs. Mortimer Livingston threw a fit. Chapter 3. The Strand of Hair. It was nearly midnight when Maigret got back to his office on Quai des Orfèvres. The storm was at its peak. The trees on the riverbank were rattling back and forth, and the wash-house barge was tossing about in the waves. The building was almost empty. At least Jean was still at his post in the lobby at the entrance to a corridor of empty offices. Voices could be heard coming from the duty room. Then, further down, there was light streaking out from beneath a door. A detective or an inspector working on some case. One of the official cars in the courtyard below was running its engine. Is Torrance back? Maigret asked. He's just come in. My stove. It was so hot in your office. To open the window. There was condensation running down your wall. Get me some beers and sandwiches. None of that soft white bread. Mind you. He pushed a door and called out, Torrance. Detective Torrance followed his chief to his office. Before he'd left Gare du Nord, Maigret had called Torrance on the telephone and told him to keep going on the case on his own. Inspector Maigret was 45, and his junior was barely 30 years old. Even so, there was something solid and bulky about Torrance that made him an almost full-scale model of his boss. They'd conducted many cases together without ever saying an unnecessary word. Maigret took off his overcoat and his jacket and loosened his tie. He stood for a while with his back to the stove, to let the heat seep in. Then he asked, "So, the prosecution service had an emergency meeting. Forensics took photographs, but couldn't find any fingerprints, except the dead man's, of course. They don't match any we have on record. If I remember correctly, don't they have a file on our friend from the Baltic? Just the word picture, no fingerprints, no anthropometric data. So we can't be sure that the dead man is someone other than Pieter. But there's no guarantee that it is him, either." Maigret had taken out his pipe and a pouch that had only a sprinkling of brown dust left in it. Mechanically, Torrance handed him an opened packet of shag. There was a pause. Tobacco crackled in Maigret's pipe. Then came a sound of footsteps and tinkling glassware on the other side of the door, which Torrance opened. The waiter from Brasserie Dauphine brought in 6 glasses of beer and 4 thick stuffed sandwiches on a tray, which he laid on the table. "Are you sure that'll be enough?" he asked. Seeing that Maigret had company, "That's fine." Maigret started drinking and munching without putting his pipe out, though he did push a glass over to his assistant's side of the desk. "Well, I questioned all the staff who were on the train. There's definite proof that someone was on board without a ticket. Could be the victim, could be the culprit. We're assuming he got on at Brussels, on the track side. It's easier to hide in a Pullman car than in any other, because each carriage has a lot of luggage space. Pieter had tea in the restaurant car between Brussels and the French border and spent his time flicking through a pile of French and English newspapers, including the financial dailies. He went to the toilet between Maubeuge and Saint-Quentin. The head waiter remembers that, because as he went past him, Pieter said, "Take a whiskey to my seat," and he went back to his seat later on. 15 minutes later, he was back at his regular place with a whiskey in front of him. But the head waiter didn't see Pieter again, since he didn't go back by way of the restaurant car. Did anybody try to use the toilet after him? Sure, a lady traveler tried to get in, but the lock was jammed. It wasn't until the train got to Paris that a staff member managed to force it open. The mechanism had been clogged with iron filings. Up to that point, had anybody set eyes on the second Pieter? Absolutely not. He would have been very noticeable. He was wearing shoddy clothes and would have stood out a mile on a deluxe express. What about the bullet? Shot at point blank range. Automatic revolver. 6 millimeter. The shot caused such burning of the skin that, according to the doctor, the victim would have died from the heat shock alone. Any sign of a struggle? None at all. The pockets were empty. I know that. Sorry. However, I did find this in a small button-down pocket on the inside of his waistcoat. Torrance then extracted from his wallet a folded piece of transparent paper, inside which you could see a strand of brown hair. Hand it over. Maigret hadn't stopped eating and drinking all the while. A woman's hair, or a child's. Forensics says it's a woman's hair. I left him a few strands that he's promised to examine closely. And the autopsy, all done by 10 a.m. Probable age 32, height 1 m, 68 cm. No hereditary abnormalities. One of his kidneys was in poor shape, which could mean he was a boozer. Stomach contained tea and other digested matter that couldn't be identified straight away. They'll work on the analysis tomorrow. Now the examination is over. The body is being kept on ice at the morgue. Maigret wiped his mouth, stationed himself in his favorite position in front of the stove, and held out his hand, which Torrance mechanically supplied with a packet of tobacco. For my part, Maigret said eventually, I saw Pieter, or whoever has taken over his role, check in at Hotel Majestic and have dinner with the Mortimer Livingstons, which seems to have been arranged in advance. The millionaires. Yes, that's right. After the meal, Pieter went back to his suite. I warned the American. Mortimer then went to his room. They were obviously planning to go out as a threesome, since Mrs. Mortimer came down straight after, in full evening gear. 10 minutes later, both men had vanished. Our Latvian had switched his evening wear for less swanky clothes. He'd put on a cap, and the guard just assumed he was a kitchen worker. But Livingston left as he was, in formal attire. Torrance said nothing. In the long pause that ensued, you could hear the fire roaring in the stove and the window panes rattling in the storm. Torrance finally broke the silence. Luggage, he asked. Done. Nothing there, just clothes and underwear. The usual accoutrements of a first-class traveler, not a scrap of paper, The Mortimer woman is certain that her husband has been murdered. Somewhere a bell rang. Maigret opened the drawer in his desk where that afternoon he'd put all the telegrams about Pieter the Latvian. Then he looked at the map. He drew a line with his finger from Krakow to Bremen, then to Amsterdam, Brussels, and Paris. Somewhere near Saint Quentin. A brief halt, a man died in Paris. The line came to a full stop. 2 men vanish from the middle of the Champs-Élysées. All that's left are suitcases in a suite and Mrs. Mortimer Livingston, whose mind is as empty as Pieter's traveling chest. The gurgle from Maigret's pipe was getting so annoying that the inspector took a swatch of chicken feathers from another drawer, cleaned the shaft, then opened the stove door and flung the soiled feathers in the fire. 4 of the beer glasses were empty, but for sticky froth marks on the rim. Somebody came out of one of the offices on the corridor, locked his door, and went away. "Who's a lucky man?" Torrance observed. "That's Lucas. Tonight he got a tip-off from some moneyed brat and arrested a pair of drug dealers." Maigret was poking the fire, and when he stood up, his face was crimson. In routine fashion, he picked up the translucent paper, extracted the strand of hair, and turned it over in the light. Then he went back to the map and studied the invisible track of Pieter's journey. It made a sweeping arc of almost 180 degrees. If he had started out from Krakow, then why had he gone all the way north to Bremen before swerving back down to Paris? He was still holding the slip of paper. He muttered, "There must have been a picture inside this once." In fact, the tissue was a glassine envelope, a slip cover of the kind photographers use to protect customers' orders. But it was an obsolete size known as album format that could only now be found in provincial backwaters. The photo that this cover must have protected would have been about half the size of a standard postcard, printed on off-white glacé paper on cardboard backing. "Is anyone still there at the lab?" Maigret suddenly asked. "I guess so. They must still be processing the photos of the Étoile du Nord affair." There was only one full glass left on the table. Maigret gulped it down and put on his jacket. "You'll come along. Those kinds of portrait photos usually have the name and address of the photographer printed or embossed on them." Torrance got the point. They set off through a labyrinth of passageways and stairs up into the attic floors of the law courts and finally found the forensics lab. An expert took the slip cover, ran it through his fingers, almost sniffed at it. Then he sat at an arc lamp and wheeled over a carriage-mounted multiplying glass. The principle is straightforward, blank paper that has been in protracted contact with another sheet that has been printed or written on, eventually acquires an imprint of the letters on that other sheet. The imprint cannot be seen by the naked eye, but photography can reveal it. The fact that there was a stove in the lab meant that Maigret was destined to end up there. He stood watch for the best part of an hour, smoking pipe after pipe, while Torrance trailed the photographer as he came and went. At long last, the darkroom door opened. A voice cried out, "We've got it!" Yes. The photo credit is Léon Moutet, art photography, Quai des Belges, Fécamp. Only a real expert could decipher the plate. Torrance, for instance, could only see a blur. Do you want to see the post-mortem photos? The expert asked cheerfully. They're first rate, but it was a tight fit inside that railway toilet. Would you believe it? We had to hang the camera from the ceiling. Have you got an outside line? Maigret asked, gesturing towards the phone. Yes. The switchboard shuts down at 9. So before she goes off, the operator connects me to the outside. Maigret called the Majestic and spoke to one of the desk interpreters. Has Mr. Mortimer Livingston come back in? I'll find out for you, sir. To whom do I have the honor of? Police. No, sir, he's not back. What about Mr. Oswald Oppenheim? Not back either, sir. What is Mrs. Mortimer up to? A pause. I asked you what Mrs. Mortimer is doing. She is... I think she is in the bar. Do you mean she's drunk? She has had a few cocktails, sir. She said she would not go up to her suite until her husband comes back. Do you? What's that? Hello. This is the manager speaking. Another voice broke in. Any progress? Do you think this will get into the papers? Cruelly, Maigret hung up. To please the photographer, he took a look at the first proof photos laid out in the drying trays, still gleaming wet. While doing that, he was talking to Torrance. You're going to settle in at the Majestic, old pal. The main thing is to take no notice whatsoever of the manager. What about you, patron? I'm going back to the office. There's a train to Fécamp at 5:30. It's not worth going home and waking up Madame Maigret. Hang on. The Dauphine should still be open. On your way. Order me up a beer. Just one, Torrance inquired, with a deadpan expression on his face. As you like, old pal. The waiter's smart enough to know it means 3 or 4. Have him throw in a few sandwiches as well. They traipsed down an unending spiral staircase in single file. The black-gowned photographer was left on his own to admire the prints he'd just made. He still had to number them. The 2 detectives parted company in the freezing courtyard. If you leave the Majestic for any reason, make sure one of our men holds the fort. Maigret instructed, I'll telephone the front desk if I need to get in touch. He went back to his office and stoked the fire so vigorously he could have snapped the grate. Chapter 4. The Citoyen's First Mate. The station at La Bréauté, on the main line to Le Havre, where Maigret had to change trains at 7:30 a.m., gave him a foretaste of Fécamp. The ill-lit station buffet had grimy walls and a counter offering only a few moldy pieces of cake alongside a miserable fruit stack made of 3 bananas and 5 oranges. The foul weather had even more impact here than in Paris. Rain was coming down in buckets. Crossing from one track to the other meant wading through knee-deep mud. The branch line train was a rickety affair made up of carriages on their way to scrap. In the pale half-light of dawn, you could hardly make out the fuzzy shapes of farmhouses through the pelting rain. Fécamp. The air was laden with the smell of herring and cod. Mountains of casks. Ships' masts peering over the locomotive. Somewhere, a siren blared. Quai des Belges. Straight ahead. All he had to do was walk through slimy puddles, gleaming with fish scales and rotting innards. The photographer was also a shopkeeper and a newspaper vendor. He stocked oilskins, sailcloth pea jackets, and hempen rope alongside New Year's greeting cards. A weakling with very pale skin, as soon as he heard the word police, he called his wife to the rescue. Can you tell me what photo was in this slipcover? It dragged on. Maigret had to squeeze words out of him one by one and do his thinking for him in the first place. The technician hadn't used that format for 8 years. Ever since he'd acquired new equipment, to do postcard-sized portraits. Who might have had his or her photograph taken 8 or more years ago? Monsieur Moutet took a whole 15 minutes to remember that he'd got an album with archive copies of all the portraits done in his establishment. His wife went to get it. Sailors came and went. Kids came in to buy a penny's worth of sweets outside. Ship's tackle scraped on the dock. You could hear the waves shifting shingle along the breakwater. Maigret thumbed through the archive album, then specified what he was looking for. A young woman with extremely fine brown hair. That did it. Mademoiselle Swann, the photographer exclaimed. He turned up the snapshot straight away. It was the only time he'd had a decent subject to photograph. She was a pretty woman. She looked 20. The photo fitted the slipcover exactly. Who is she? She's still living in Fécamp, but now she's got a cliff-top villa 5 minutes from the casino. Is she married? She wasn't then. She was the cashier at the railway hotel. Opposite the station, I suppose. Yes, you must have seen it on your way here. She was an orphan from some small place around here. Les Loges. Do you know where I mean? Anyway, that's how she got to meet a traveler staying at the hotel. They got married. At the moment, she's living in the villa with her 2 children and a maid. Mr. Swann doesn't live in Fécamp. There was a pause. So the photographer and his wife exchanged glances. The woman answered, Since you're from the police, I suppose we'd better tell you everything. Anyway, you'd find it all out in the end. But they're only rumors. But Mr. Swann almost never stays in Fécamp. When he does come, he stops for a few days at the most. Sometimes it's just a flying visit. He first came not long after the war. The Grand Banks were being reorganized. After 5 years' interruption, he wanted to look into it properly. So he said, and to make investments in businesses that were being started up again. He claimed to be Norwegian. His first name is Olaf. The herring fishermen who sometimes go as far as Norway say there are plenty of people over there who have that name. Nonetheless, people said he was really a German spy. That's why, when he got married, his wife was kept at arm's length. Then we discovered he really was a sailor and was first mate on a German merchantman, and that was why he didn't show up very often. Eventually, people stopped bothering about him. But we're still wary. You said they had children. 2, a little girl of 3, and a baby a few months old. Maigret took the photograph out of the album and got directions to the villa. It was a bit too early to turn up. He waited in a harbor cafe for 2 hours, listening to fishermen talking about the herring catch, which was at its height. 5 trawlers were tied up at the quay. Fish was being unloaded by the barrelful. Despite the wind and rain, the air stank. To get to the villa, he walked along the deserted breakwater and around the shuttered casino, still plastered with last summer's posters. At last, he got to a steep climb that began at the foot of the cliff. As he plodded up, he got occasional glimpses of iron railings in front of villas. The one he was looking for turned out to be a comfortable-looking red brick structure, neither large nor small. He guessed that the garden, with its white gravel paths, was well tended in season. The windows must have had a good view into the far distance. Maigret rang the bell. A Great Dane came to sniff at him through the railings, and its lack of bark made it seem all the more ferocious. At the second ring, a maid appeared. First, she took the dog back to his kennel and then asked, "What is it about?" She spoke with the local accent. "I would like to see Mr. Swan, please." She seemed hesitant. "I don't know if Sir is in. I'll go and ask." She hadn't opened the gate. Rain was still pouring down, and Maigret was soaked through. He watched the maid go up the steps and vanish inside the house. Then a curtain shifted at a window. A few moments later, the maid reappeared. "Sir will not be back for several weeks. He is in Bremen." "In that case, I would like to have a word with Madame Swan." The maid hesitated again, but ended up opening the gate. "Madame isn't dressed. You will have to wait." The dripping detective was shown into a neat lounge with white curtains and a waxed floor. The furniture was brand new, but just the same as you would find in any lower middle class home. They were good quality pieces in a style that would have been called modern around 1900. Light oak, flowers in an artistic stone vase in the middle of the table, crochet work placemats. On the other hand, there was a magnificent sculpted silver samovar on a side table. It must have been worth more than the rest of the room's contents put together. Maigret heard noises coming from the first floor. A baby could be heard crying through one of the ground floor walls. Someone else was mumbling something in a soft and even voice, as if to comfort it. At last, the sound of slippered feet gliding along the corridor. The door opened. Maigret found himself facing a young woman who had dressed in a hurry so as to meet him. She was of medium height, more plump than slim, with a pretty and serious face that betrayed a pang of anxiety. She smiled nonetheless and said, "Why didn't you take a seat?" Rivulets of rainwater flowed from Maigret's overcoat, trousers and shoes into little puddles on the polished floor. In that state, he could not have sat down on the light green velvet of the armchairs in the lounge. "Madame Swann, I presume—" "Yes, monsieur." She looked at him quizzically. "I'm sorry to disturb you like this. It's just a formality. I'm with the Immigration Service. We're conducting a survey." She said nothing. She didn't seem any more or less anxious than before. "I understand Mr. Swann is a Swede. Is that correct?" "Oh, no. He's Norwegian. But for the French, I guess it's the same thing." "To begin with, myself. He is a ship's officer. He's first mate on the Seeteufel, out of Bremen, as I thought. So he is in the employ of a German company." She blushed. "The ship owner is German. Yes, at least on paper. Meaning, I don't think I need to keep it from you. You must be aware that the merchant fleet has been in crisis since the war. Even here you can find ocean-going captains who've been unable to find commissions and who have to take positions as first or even second mates. Others have joined the Newfoundland or the North Sea fishing fleets." She spoke quite fast, but in a gentle and even tone. "My husband didn't want to take on a commission in the Pacific, where there's more work, because he wouldn't have been able to come back to Europe more than once every 2 years. Shortly after we got married, some Americans bought the Seeteufel in the name of a German shipping firm. Olaf first came to Fécamp, looking specifically for more schooners to buy. Now, you must see. The aim was to run booze to the USA. Substantial firms were set up with American money. They have offices in France, Holland, or Germany. The truth is that my husband works for one of these companies. The sea teufel sails what's called Rum Alley. It doesn't really have anything to do with Germany. Is he at sea at the moment? Maigret asked, keeping his eyes on that pretty face, which struck him as an honest and even at times a touching one. I don't think so. You must realize that the sailings aren't as regular as those of a liner. But I always try to keep abreast of the Sea Teufel's position. At the moment, he ought to be in Bremen, or very nearly there. Have you ever been to Norway? Never. I've actually never left Normandy, so to speak. Just a couple of times, for short stays in Paris. With your husband, yes, on our honeymoon as well. He's got fair hair, hasn't he? Yes. Why do you ask? And a thin, close-cropped blonde mustache. Yes. I can show you a picture of him if you like. She opened a door and went out. Maigret could hear her moving about in the bedroom next door. She was out for longer than made sense, and the noises of doors opening and closing and of comings and goings around the house were just as illogical. At last she came back, looking somewhat perplexed and apologetic. Please excuse me, she said. I can't manage to put my hand on that photo. A house with children is always upside down. One more question. To how many people did you give a copy of this photograph of yourself? Maigret showed her the archive print he'd been given by the photographer. Madame Swann went bright red and stuttered, I don't understand. Your husband presumably has one. Yes, we were engaged when. Does any other man have a print? She was on the verge of tears. The quiver of her lips gave away her distress. No, nobody. Thank you, madame. That will be all. As he was leaving, a little girl slipped into the hallway. Maigret had no need to memorize her features. She was the spitting image of Pieter the Latvian Olga, her mother scolded, as she hustled her back through a half-open door. Maigret was back outside in the rain and the wind. Goodbye, madame. He caught a final glimpse of her through the closing door. He was aware that he had left her at a loss. After bursting in on her in the warmth of her own home, he picked up a trace in her eyes of something uncertain, but undoubtedly akin to anxiety as she shut her front door. Chapter 5. The Russian Drunkard. You don't boast about these kinds of things. They would raise a laugh if they were mentioned out loud. But all the same, they call for a kind of heroism. Maigret hadn't slept from 5:30 to 8 a.m. He'd been shaken about in drafty railway carriages. Ever since he'd changed trains at La Breaute, he'd been soaked through. Now his shoes squelched out dirty water at every step, and his bowler was a shapeless mess. His overcoat and trousers were sopping wet. The wind was slapping him with more rain. The alleyway was deserted. It was no more than a steep path between garden walls. The middle of it had turned into a raging torrent. He stood still for quite a while. Even his pipe had got wet in his pocket. There was no way of hiding near the villa. All he could do was stick as close as possible to a wall and wait. Anyone coming by would catch sight of him and look round. He might have to stay there for hours on end. There was no definite proof that there was a man in the house. And even if he were there, why should he come out grumpy as he was? Maigret filled his wet pipe with tobacco all the same, and wedged himself as best he could into a cranny in the wall. This was no place for a detective chief inspector of the police judiciaire. At most, it was a job for a new recruit. Between the age of 22 and 30, he'd stood this sort of watch 100 times over. He had a terrible time getting a match to light. The emery board on the side of the box was coming off in strips. If one of the sticks hadn't finally ignited, maybe even Maigret would have given up and gone home. He couldn't see anything from where he was standing except a low wall and the green painted railing of the villa. He had brambles at his ankles and a draft all down his neck. Fécamp was laid out beneath him, but he could not see the town. He could only hear the roar of the sea, and now and again a siren or the sound of a car. After half an hour on watch, he saw a woman with a shopping basket who looked like a cook making her way up the steep slope. She only saw Maigret when she passed close by him. His huge, unmoving shape standing next to the wall in a wind-swept alley so scared her that she started to run. Perhaps she worked for one of the villas at the top of the rise. A few minutes later, a man appeared at the bend and stared at Maigret from afar. Then a woman joined him, and both went back inside. It was a ridiculous situation. The inspector knew There wasn't one chance in 10 that his surveillance would be of any use. Yet he stuck it out, just because of a vague feeling that didn't even deserve to be called an intuition. In fact, it was a pet theory of his that he'd never worked out in full and remained vague in his mind, but which he dubbed for his own use the theory of the crack in the wall. Inside every wrongdoer and crook, there lives a human being. In addition, of course, there is an opponent in a game, and it's the player that the police are inclined to see. As a rule, that's what they go after. Some crime or offense is committed. The match starts on the basis of more or less objective facts. It's a problem with one or more unknowns that a rational mind tries to solve. Maigret worked like any other policeman, like everyone else. He used the amazing tools that men like Bertillon, Reese, and Locard have given the police: anthropometry, the principle of the trace, and so forth, and that have turned detection into forensic science. But what he sought, what he waited and watched out for, was the crack in the wall. In other words, the instant when the human being comes out from behind the opponent. At the Majestic, he'd seen the player, but here he had a premonition of something else. The tidy, quiet villa wasn't one of the props that Pieter used to play his hand. Especially the wife and the children he'd seen and heard, they belonged to a different physical and moral order. That's why he was waiting, albeit in a foul mood, for he was too fond of his big cast-iron stove and his office with glasses of frothy beer on the table not to be miserable in such awful weather. He'd started his watch a little after 10:30. At noon, he heard footsteps scrunching the gravel and swift, practiced movements opening the gate, which brought a figure to within 3 meters of the inspector. The lie of the land made it impossible for Maigret to retreat, so he stood his ground unwaveringly, or, to be more precise, inertly, standing on 2 legs that could be seen in the round through the sopping wet trousers that clung to them. The man leaving the villa was wearing a poor quality belted trench coat with its worn out collar upturned. He was also wearing a gray cap. The get-up made him look very young. He went down the hill with his hands in his pockets, all hunched up and shivering because of the contrast in temperature. He was obliged to pass within a meter of the detective chief inspector. He chose that moment to slow down, take a packet of cigarettes out of his pocket, and light up. It was as if he'd positively tried to get his face into the light so as to allow the detective to study it in detail. Maigret let him go on a few paces, then set off on his tail. With a frown on his face, his pipe had gone out. His whole being exuded a sense of displeasure as well as an ardent desire to understand. The man in the trench coat looked like the Latvian and yet did not resemble him. Same height, about 168 centimeters. At a pinch, he could be the same age. Though in the outfit he was wearing, he looked closer to 26 than 32. There was nothing to determine that this man was not the original of the word picture that Maigret knew by heart, and also had on a piece of paper in his pocket. And yet, it was not the same man. For one thing, his eyes had a vaguer, more sentimental expression. They were a lighter shade of gray, as if the rain had scrubbed them. Nor did he have a blonde toothbrush mustache. But that wasn't the only thing that made him different. Maigret was struck by other details. His outfit was nothing like that of an officer of the merchant fleet. It didn't even fit the villa, given the comfortable middle-class style of living that it implied. His shoes were worn, and the heels had been redone. Because of the mud. The man hitched up his trouser legs, showing faded gray cotton socks that had been clumsily darned. There were lots of stains on the trench coat. Overall, the man fitted a type that Maigret knew well, the migrant low-lifer, predominantly of Eastern European origin, who slept in squalid lodging houses and sometimes in railway stations, a type not often seen outside Paris, but accustomed to traveling in third-class carriages when not riding the footboards or hopping freight trains. He got proof of his insight a few minutes later. Fécamp doesn't have any genuine low dives, but behind the harbor there are 2 or 3 squalid bars, favored by dock hands and seamen. 10 meters before these places, there's a regular cafe, kept clean and bright. The man in the trench coat walked right past it and straight into the least prepossessing of the bars, where he put his elbow on the counter in a way that Maigret saw right through. It was the straightforwardly vulgar body language of a gutter snipe. Even if he'd tried, Maigret couldn't have imitated it. The inspector followed the man into the bar. He'd ordered an absinthe substitute and was just standing there, wordless, with a blank stare on his face. He didn't register Maigret's presence, though the inspector was now right next to him. Through a gap in the man's jacket, Maigret could see that his linen was dirty. That's not something that can be simulated. Either his shirt and collar, now not much more than a ribbon, had been worn for days, maybe for weeks on end. They'd been slept in. God knows where they'd been sweated in and rained on. The man's suit was not unstylish, but it bore the same signs and told the same miserable story of a vagrant life. Same again. The glass was empty, and the barman refilled it, serving Maigret a measure of spirits at the same time. "So you're back in these parts again?" The man didn't answer. He downed his drink in one gulp and gestured for a refill straight away. "Anything to eat. I've got some pickled herring." Maigret had sidled up to a small stove and stood in front of it to warm his back. Now, as shiny as an umbrella. "Come to think of it, I had a man in here last week from your part of the world. Russian he was, from Arkhangelsk, sailing a Swedish three-master that had to put into port because of the bad weather. Hardly had time to drink his fill. I can tell you, had a devil of a job on his hands, torn sails, snapped yards, you name it. The man, now on his fourth imitation absinthe, was drinking steadily. The barman filled his glass every time it was empty, glancing at Maigret with a conniving wink. "As for Captain Swan, I ain't seen him since you was here last." Maigret shuddered. The man in the trench coat, who'd now downed his fifth neat ersatz absinthe, staggered towards the stove, bumped into the detective, and held out his hands towards the warmth. "I'll have a herring, all the same," he said. He had a quite strong accent, a Russian accent, as far as the detective could judge. There they were, next to each other, shoulder to shoulder, so to speak. The man wiped his face with his hand several times, and his eyes grew ever more murky. "Where's my glass?" he inquired testily. It had to be put in his hand. As he drank, he stared at Maigret and pouted with disgust. There was no mistaking that expression, as if to assert his opinion all the more clearly. He threw his glass to the ground. leaned on the back of a chair, and muttered something in a foreign tongue. The barmen, somewhat concerned, found a way of getting close to Maigret and whispering quietly in a way that was nonetheless audible to the Russian. "Don't take any notice of him. He's always like that." The man gave a drunkard's strangled laugh. He slumped into the chair, put his head in both his hands, and stayed like that until a plate of herring was pushed over the table between his elbows. The barman shook his shoulder. "Eat up. It'll do you good." The man laughed again. It was more like a bitter cough. He turned round so he could see Maigret and stare at him aggressively. Then he pushed the plate of herring off the table. More drink. The barman raised his arms and grunted as if it was an excuse. "Russians, I ask you." Then he put his finger to his head and turned it, as if he was tightening a loose screw. Maigret had pushed his bowler to the back of his head. His clothes were steaming, giving off a gray haze. He was only up to his second glass of spirits. "I'll have some herring," he said. He was still eating it with a slice of bread when the Russian got on unsteady legs, looked around as if he didn't know what to do, and grinned for the third time when he set eyes on Maigret. Then he slumped down at the bar, took a glass from the shelf and a bottle from the enamel sink where it was being kept cool in water. He helped himself without watching how much he was taking and smacked his tongue as he drank. Eventually, he took a 100-franc note out of his pocket. "Is that enough, you swine?" he asked the waiter. He threw the banknote up in the air. The barman had to fish it out of the sink. The Russian struggled with the door handle, which wouldn't open. There was almost a fight because the barman tried to help his customer, who kept elbowing him away. At long last, the trench coat faded away into the mist and rain along the harbor side, going towards the station. "That's an odd 'un," the barman sighed, intending to be heard by Maigret, who was paying his bill. "Is he often in?" "Now and again. Once he spent the whole night here, on the bench where you're sitting. He's a real Russian." Some Russian sailors who were here in Fécamp at the same time as he was told me so. Apparently, he's quite educated. Did you look at his hands? Don't you think he's got the same looks as Captain Swan? Oh, so you know him. Well, of course he does, but not so much as you'd mistake one for the other. all the same. For ages, I thought it was his brother. The beige silhouette vanished round a corner. Maigret started to walk faster. He caught up with the Russian just as he was going into the third-class waiting room at the station. The man slumped onto a bench and once again put his head in his hands. An hour later, they were in the same railway compartment with a cattle trader from Yvetot who launched into shaggy dog stories in Norman dialect. Now and again, he nudged Maigret to draw his attention to the other passenger. The Russian slipped down little by little and ended up in a crumpled heap on the bench. His face was pale. His chin was on his chest, and his half-open mouth stank of cheap spirits. Chapter 6. Au Roi de Sicile. The Russian woke up at La Bréauté and stayed awake from then on. It has to be said that the express from Le Havre to Paris was completely packed. Maigret and his traveling companion had to stand in the corridor, stuck near a door, watching random scenery fly by as the darkness swallowed it bit by bit. The man in the trench coat seemed entirely unflustered at having a detective by his side. On arrival at Gare Saint-Lazare, he didn't try to use the milling crowd to throw Maigret off his tail. On the contrary, he went down the great staircase in leisurely fashion, realized that his packet of cigarettes was wet through, bought another one at a station stall, and was on the verge of going into a bar. Then he changed his mind and began to loiter along the pavement. He made a sorry sight, a man so absent from the world and in such low spirits that he was no longer capable of reacting to anything. It's a long way from Gare Saint-Lazare to Hôtel de Ville. There's the whole city center to get through. Between 6 and 7 in the evening, pedestrians flood the pavements in ocean waves, and traffic pulses along the streets like blood pumping down an artery. With his mud and grease-stained coat belted at the waist and his recycled heels, the narrow-shouldered pauper waded on through the bright lights and the bustle. People elbowed and bumped into him, but he never stopped or looked over his shoulder. He took the shortest route, by way of Rue du Fort Septembre and then through Les Halles, which proved he'd gone this way before. He reached the ghetto of Paris. That's to say, the area around Rue des Rosiers. In the Marais, he sidled past shop fronts with signs in Yiddish, kosher butchers, and window displays of matzah at one corner, giving on to a passageway so dark and deep it looked like a tunnel. A woman tried to take him by the arm, but let go without his saying a word. Presumably, he had made a strong impression on her. At last, he ended up in Rue du Roi de Sicile, a winding street giving on to dead-end alleys, narrow lanes, and overpopulated courtyards, a half-Jewish, half-Polish colony, 200 meters along. He dived into a hotel entrance. The hotel's name, Au Roi de Sicile, was written out on ceramic tiles. Underneath the nameplate were notices in Yiddish, Polish, maybe also Russian, and other such like languages that Maigret didn't know. There was a building site next door where the remains of a house that had needed buttressing to keep it standing were still visible. It was still raining, but in this rat trap there was no wind. Maigret heard a window closing with a sharp clack on the third floor of the hotel. No less resolutely than the Russian, he went inside. There was no door in the entrance hall, just a staircase. At the mezzanine level, there was a kind of glass box where a Jewish family was having dinner. Inspector Maigret knocked, but instead of opening the door, the concierge raised a hatch. Like at a ticket counter, a rancid smell wafted from it. The man was wearing a skull cap. His overweight wife carried on with her meal. "What is it? Police give me the name of the tenant who just came in." The man grunted something in his own language, then went to a drawer and brought out a grimy ledger that he shoved through the hatch without a word. At the same instant, Maigret sensed he was being watched from the unlit stairwell. He turned round quickly and saw an eye shining from about 10 stairs above. Room number 32. He thumbed through the ledger and read Fyodor Yurovich, age 28, born Vilna, laborer, and Anna Gorskin, age 25, born Odessa, no occupation. The Jew had gone back to the table to continue eating his meal like a man without a worry. Maigret drummed on the window. The hotel keeper stood up slowly and reluctantly. "How long has he been staying here?" "About 3 years." "What about Anna Gorskin?" "She's been here longer than he has, maybe 4.5 years." "What do they live on?" You've read the book. He's a laborer. Don't try that on me, Maigret riposted in a voice that sufficed to change the hotelier's attitude. It's not for me to stick my nose in where it's not wanted, is it? He now said in an oilier tone. He pays up on time. He comes and he goes, and it's not my job to follow him around. Does anybody come to see him? Sometimes. I've got over 60 tenants in here, and I can't keep an eye on all of them at once. As long as they're doing no harm. Anyway, as you're from the police, you should know all about this establishment. I make proper returns. Officer Vermouillet can confirm that. He's the one who comes every week. Maigret turned around on an impulse and called out, Anna Gorskin, come down now. There was a ruffling noise in the stairway, then the sound of footsteps, and finally, a woman stepped out into a patch of light. She looked older than the ledger's claim of 25. That was probably hereditary. Like many Jewish women of her age, she had put on weight, but she was still quite good-looking. She had remarkable eyes, very dark pupils, set in amazingly white and shining corneas. But the rest of her was so sloppy as to spoil that first impression. Her black, greasy, and uncombed hair fell in thick bunches onto her neck. She was wearing a worn-out dressing gown, loosely tied and allowing a glimpse of her underwear. Her stockings were rolled down above her thick knees. What were you doing in the stairwell? I live here, don't I? Maigret sensed straight away what kind of a woman he was dealing with. Excitable, irreverent, hammer and tongs. At the drop of a hat, she could throw a fit, rouse the entire building, give an ear-splitting scream, and probably accuse him of outlandish offenses. Did she perhaps know she was unassailable? In any case, she looked at her enemy with defiance. You'd be better advised to go look after your man. None of your business. The hotelier stayed behind his window, rocking his head from left to right, from right to left, with a morose and reproving look on his face. But there was laughter in his eyes. When did Fyodor leave? Yesterday evening, at 11. She was lying plain as day, but there was no point coming at her head on, unless he wanted to pin back her arms and march her down to the station. Where does he work? Wherever he chooses. You could see her breasts heave under her ill-fitting dressing gown. There was a hostile, haughty sneer on her face. What have the police got against Fyodor? Anyway, Maigret decided to say rather quietly, "Get upstairs." "I'll go when I feel like it. You ain't got no right to order me about." What was the point of answering back and risking creating an ugly incident that would only hold things up? Maigret shut the ledger and handed it back to the hotel keeper. "All above board and hunky-dory." "Right," the latter said, after gesturing at the young woman to keep quiet. But she stood her ground with her fists on her hips, one side of her lit by the light from the hotelier's office, the other in darkness. Maigret looked at her again. She met his gaze straight on and felt the need to mutter, "You don't scare me one bit." He just shrugged and then made his way down a staircase so narrow his shoulders touched both of its squalid walls. In the corridor, he ran into two bare-necked Poles who turned away as soon as they saw him. The street was wet, making the cobblestones glint. In every corner, in the smallest pools of shadow, in the back alleys and passageways, you could sense a swarm of humiliated and rebellious humanity. Shadowy figures flitted past. Shopkeepers sold products whose very names were unknown in France. Less than 100 meters away was Rue de Rivoli and Rue Saint-Antoine, broad, well-lit streets with trams, market stalls, and the city police. Maigret caught a passing street urchin with a cauliflower ear by the shoulder. "Go fetch me a policeman from Place Saint-Paul." But the lad just looked at him with fear in his eyes, then answered in some incomprehensible tongue. He didn't know a word of French. The inspector then spied a beggar. "Here's a 5-franc coin. Take this note to the cop at Place Saint-Paul." The tramp understood. 10 minutes later, a uniformed sergeant turned up. "Call the police judiciaire and tell them to send me an officer straight away. Dufour, if he's free." Maigret cooled his heels for at least another half hour. People went into the hotel. Others came out, but the light stayed on at the third-floor window. Second from the left, Anna Gorskin appeared at the doorway. She'd put on a greenish overcoat over her dressing gown. She was hatless, and despite the rain, she was wearing red satin sandals. She splashed her way across the street. Maigret kept out of sight. In the shadows, she went into a store and came out a few minutes later, laden with a host of small white packets, plus 2 bottles. she vanished back into the hotel. At long last, Inspector Dufour showed up. He was 35 and spoke 3 languages quite fluently, which made him a precious asset. But he had a habit of making the simplest things sound complicated. He could turn a common burglary or a banal snatch and grab case into a dramatic mystery, tying himself up in knots of his own making. But as he was also uncommonly persistent, he was highly suitable for a well-defined job like staking out or tailing a suspect. Maigret gave him a description of Fyodor Yurovich and his girlfriend. "I'll send you a backup. If one of those 2 comes out, stay on their tail. But one of you has to stay behind to man the stakeout. Got that? Are we still on the Étoile du Nord case? It's a mafia hit, right?" Maigret went off without answering. He got to his office at Quai des Orfèvres 15 minutes later, dispatched an officer to back up Dufour, leaned over his stove, and swore at Jean for not stoking it up to a red-hot glow. He hung his sopping greatcoat on the back of the door. It had gone so stiff that the shape of his shoulders could still be made out in it. "Did my wife call?" "This morning. She was told you were out on a case." She was used to that. He knew that if he went home, she would just give him a kiss, stir the pot on the stove, and serve him a delicious plate of stew. The most she would dare, but only when he'd sat down to eat, would be to put her chin on her hand and ask, "Everything okay?" The meal would always be ready for him, whether he turned up at noon or at 5. "Torrance?" he asked Jean. He called at 7A. "From the Majestic." "I don't know. He asked if you'd left." "What else?" "He called again at 5:10 this afternoon. He asked for you to be told he was waiting for you." Maigret had only had a herring to eat since the morning. He stayed upright in front of his stove for a while. It was beginning to roar, for Maigret had an unrivaled knack for getting even the least combustible coal to catch. Then he plodded his way to the cupboard, where there was an enamel sink, a towel, a mirror, and a suitcase. He dragged the case into the middle of his office, undressed, and put on clean underwear and dry clothes. He rubbed his unshaven chin. "It'll have to do." He looked lovingly at the fire, which was now burning grandly, placed 2 chairs next to it, and carefully laid out his wet clothes on them. There was 1 sandwich left over from the previous night on his desk, and he wolfed it down, still standing, ready to depart. Only there wasn't any beer. He was more than a little parched. If anything at all comes in for me, I'm at the Majestic, he said to Jean. Get them to call me. And at long last he slumped into the back seat of a taxi. Chapter 7. The Third Interval. Torrance wasn't to be found in the lobby, but in a first-floor room in front of a top-notch dinner. He explained with a broad wink, "It's all the manager's fault. He practically went down on bended knee to get me to accept this room and the gourmet meals he sends up." He was speaking in a whisper. He pointed to a door. "The Mortimers are next door." Mortimer came back around 6 this morning in a foul mood, wet, dirty, with chalk or lime all over his clothes. What did he say? Nothing. He tried to get back to his room without being noticed, but they told him his wife had waited up for him in the bar, and she'd ended up befriending a Brazilian couple. They had to keep the bar open all night just for them. She was atrociously drunk, and then he went as white as a ghost. His mouth went all twisted. He said a curt hello to the Brazilians, then took his wife by the armpits and dragged her off without another word. I reckon she slept it off until 4 this afternoon. There wasn't a sound from their suite until then. Then I heard whispering. Mortimer rang the front desk to have the newspapers brought up. Nothing about the case in the papers. I hope. Not a word. They've respected the embargo. Just a two-liner saying that a corpse had been found on the Étoile du Nord and that the police were treating it as suicide. Next, room service brought them up some lemon juice. Mortimer took a stroll around the lobby, went straight past me 2 or 3 times, looking worried. He sent coded wires to his New York bank and to his secretary, who's been in London these past few days. That's it. At the moment, they're just finishing dinner. Oysters, cold chicken, salad. The hotel keeps me abreast of everything. The manager is so delighted to have me shut away up here that he'll sweat blood to do me any favor I ask. That's why he came up just now, to tell me that the Mortimers have got tickets to see the epic at the Gymnase Theater tonight. A 4-acter by someone or other. Pieter's Suite. Quiet as the grave. Nobody has been in it. I locked the door and put a blob of wax on the keyhole, so nobody can get in without my knowing. Maigret had picked up a chicken leg and was chewing at it quite shamelessly while looking round for a stove that wasn't there. In the end, he sat on the radiator and asked, "Isn't there anything to drink?" Torrance poured him a glass of a superb Macon Blanc, which his chief drank thirstily. Then there was a scratching at the door, and a valet entered in a conspiratorial manner. "The manager requests me to inform you that Mr. and Mrs. Mortimer's car has been brought to the front door." Maigret glanced at the table, still laden with food, with the same sorrow he had expressed in his eyes on leaving the stove in his office. "I'll go," he said regretfully. "You stay here." He tidied himself up in front of the mirror, wiping his mouth and his chin. A moment later, he was in a taxi waiting for the Mortimer Livingstons to get into their limousine. They weren't long in coming. Mortimer was wearing a black overcoat that hid his dinner jacket. She was swaddled in furs, as on the previous night. She must have still been tired, because her husband was discreetly propping her up with one hand. The limousine set off without a whisper. Maigret hadn't known that this was an opening night at the Gymnase, and he was almost refused entry. City police formed a guard of honor beneath the canopy. In spite of the rain, passers-by stopped to watch the guests alight from their cars. Inspector Maigret had to ask to see the manager and wait his turn in corridors, where he stuck out as the only person not wearing formal attire. The manager was at his wits' end, waving his arms about. "There's nothing I'd like better than to oblige, but you're the 20th person to ask me for a spare seat. There aren't any spare seats. There aren't any seats, and you're not even properly dressed." He was being assailed from all quarters. "Can't you see? Put yourself in my shoes." In the end, Maigret had to stay standing up next to a door with the usherettes and the program sellers. The Mortimer Livingstons had a box. There were 6 people in it, of whom one was a princess and another a government minister. People came and went. Hands were kissed. Smiles exchanged. The curtain rose on a sunlit garden. Shooshes, murmurs, footsteps. Finally, the actor's voice could be heard. Wobbly at first, but then more confident, creating an atmosphere. Latecomers were still taking their seats. More shushing. Somewhere a woman giggled. Mortimer was more lord of the manor than ever. Evening dress suited him to a T. The white shirt front brought out the ivory hue of his skin. Did he see Maigret? Did he not? An usherette brought the inspector a stool to sit on, but he had to share it with a portly lady in black silk, the mother of one of the actresses. First interval. Second interval. Comings and goings in the boxes. Artificial enthusiasm. Greetings exchanged between the parterre and the circle. The foyer, the corridors, and even the front steps buzzed like a hive in high summer. Names were dropped in a whisper. Names of maharajas, ministers, statesmen, and artists. Mortimer left his box on 3 occasions, reappearing in a stage box and then in the pit, and finally to have a chat with a former prime minister, whose hearty laugh could be heard 20 rows away. End of Act 3. Flowers on the stage. A skinny actress was given an ovation. Seats flapping up made a racket, and shuffling feet sounded like the swell of the sea. When Maigret turned to look up at the American's box, Mortimer Livingston had vanished. Now for the 4th and last act. That was when anybody who had an excuse got into the wings and the actors' and actresses' dressing rooms. Others besieged the cloak rooms. There was much fussing over cars and taxis. Maigret lost at least 10 minutes looking around inside the theater. Then, without hat or coat, he had to quiz the doorman and the policeman on duty outside to find out what he needed to know. He learned eventually that the Mortimers' olive green limousine had just driven off. He was shown where it had been parked. Outside a bar, often frequented by traders in cloakroom receipts. The car had gone towards Port St. Martin. The American plutocrat hadn't retrieved his overcoat. Outside, clumps of theater-goers huddled wherever they could get out of the rain. Maigret smoked a pipe with his hands in his pockets and a grumpy look on his face. The bell rang. People flocked inside. Even the municipal police went in to watch the last act. The Grands Boulevards looked as scruffy as they always did at 11 p.m. The shafts of rain lit by the street lamps were thinning out. The audience spewed out of a cinema, which then switched off its lighting, brought in its billboards, and shut its doors. People stood in line at a bus stop, beneath a green-striped lamp post. When the bus came, there was an argument, because there were no number tags left in the ticket machine. A policeman got involved. Long after the bus had left, he remained in contentious discussion with an indignant fat man. At last a limousine came to a gliding halt on the tarmac. The door opened even before it was at a standstill. Mortimer Livingston, in tails but without a hat, bounded up the stairs and went into the warm and brightly lit lobby. Maigret took a look at the chauffeur. He was 100% American. He had a hard face with a jutting chin, and he sat stock still in his seat as if he'd been turned to stone by his uniform. The inspector opened one of the padded doors, barely an inch or two. Mortimer was standing at the back of his box. A sarcastic actor was speaking his lines in staccato. Curtain, flowers, thunderous applause, people rushing for the exits, more shushing. The lead actor uttered the name of the author and went to fetch him from a box to bring him center stage. Mortimer kissed some hands and shook others, gave a 100-franc tip to the usherette who brought him their coats. His wife was pale-faced, with blue rings under her eyes. When they had got back into their car, there was a moment of indecision. The couple were having an argument. Mrs. Livingston was agitated. Her husband lit a cigarette and put out his lighter with an angry swipe of his hand. Eventually, he said something to the chauffeur through the intercom tube, and the car set off, with Maigret in a taxi following behind. It was midnight. Rue Lafayette. The white colonnade of La Trinité was sheathed in scaffolding. Rue de Clichy. The limousine stopped in Rue Fontaine, outside Pickwick's bar. A concierge in a blue and gold uniform, coat check, a red curtain lifted, and a snatch of tango emerged. Maigret went in behind the couple and sat at a table near the door, which must have always stayed empty because it caught every draft. The Mortimers had been seated near to the jazz band. The American read the menu and chose what he would have for supper. A professional dancer bowed to his wife. She went on the floor. Livingston watched her with remarkable intensity. She exchanged a few remarks with her dancing partner, but never once turned towards the corner where Maigret was sitting. Most people here were in formal attire, but there were also a few foreigners in lounge suits. Maigret waved away a hostess who tried to sit at his table. A bottle of champagne was put in front of him. Automatically, there were streamers all about. Puffer balls flew through the air. One landed on Maigret's nose, and he glowered at the old lady who'd aimed it at him. Mrs. Mortimer had gone back to her table. The dancer wandered around the floor for a moment, then went towards the exit and lit a cigarette. Suddenly, he lifted the red plush curtain and vanished. It took 3 minutes for Maigret to think of going to see what was happening outside. The dancer had gone. The rest of the night dragged on drearily. The Mortimers ate copiously, caviar and truffles au champagne, then lobster à l'américaine, followed by cheese. Mrs. Mortimer didn't go back to the dance floor. Maigret didn't like champagne, but he sipped at it to slake his thirst. He made the mistake of nibbling the roasted almonds on the table, and that made him even thirstier. He checked the time on his wristwatch. 2 People began leaving the night spot. Nobody took the slightest notice of a dancer performing her routine. A drunk foreigner with 3 women at his table was making more noise than all the other customers put together. The professional dancer, who had stayed outside for only 15 minutes, had taken some other ladies round the dance floor, but it was all over. Weariness had set in. Mrs. Mortimer looked worn out. Her eyelids were dark blue. Her husband signaled to an attendant. Fur coat, overcoat, and top hat were brought. Maigret sensed that the dancer, who was talking to the sax player, was watching him nervously. He summoned the manager, who kept him waiting. He lost a few minutes. When he finally got outside, the American's limousine was just going round the corner into Rue Notre-Dame-de-Lorette. There were 6 taxis waiting at the rank opposite. Maigret began crossing the road. A gunshot rang out. Maigret put his hand to his chest, looked around, could not see anything, but heard the footsteps of someone running away down Rue Pigalle. He staggered on for a few meters, propelled by his own inertia. The concierge ran up to him and held him upright. People came out of Pickwick's bar to see what was going on. Among them, Maigret noticed the tense figure of the professional dancer. Chapter 8. Maigret Gets Serious. Taxi drivers who do nights in Montmartre don't need things spelled out to them and often get the point without a word being said. When the shot was fired, one of the waiting drivers at the rank opposite Pickwick's bar was about to open the passenger door for Maigret, not knowing who he was. But maybe he guessed from the way the inspector held himself that he was about to give a ride to a cop. Customers at a small bar on the opposite side of the street came running. Soon there would be a whole crowd gathered round the wounded man. In the blink of an eye, the driver lent a hand to the doorman, who was propping up Maigret, without a clue what else to do. In less than half a minute, the taxi was on its way with the inspector in the back. The car drove on for 10 minutes or so and came to a halt in an empty street. The driver got out the front, opened the passenger door, and saw his customer sitting in an almost normal posture, with one hand under his jacket. "I can see it's no big deal, like I thought. Where can I take you?" Still, Maigret looked quite upset, mainly because it was a flesh wound. His chest had been torn. The bullet had grazed a rib and exited near his shoulder blade. Coy des orfèvres. The driver muttered something that couldn't be made out. En route, the inspector changed his mind. "Take me to Hotel Majestic. Drop me off at the service entrance on Rue de Pontieu." He screwed up his handkerchief into a ball and stuffed it over his wound. He noted that the bleeding had stopped. As he progressed towards the heart of Paris, he appeared to be in less pain, but increasingly worried. The taxi driver tried to help him out. Maigret brushed him off and crossed the pavement with a steady gait. In a narrow entranceway, he found the watchman drowsing behind his counter. "Anything happen?" "What do you mean?" "It was cold." Maigret went back out to pay the driver, who grunted once again because all he was getting for his great exploit was a measly 100-franc tip. In the state he was in, Maigret was an impressive sight. He was still pressing his handkerchief to his chest wound under his jacket. He held one shoulder higher than the other. But all the same, he was being careful to save his strength. He was slightly light-headed. Now and again, he felt as if he was floating on air, and he had to make an effort to get a grip on himself so as to see clearly and move normally. He climbed an iron stairway that led to the upper floors, opened a door, found he was in a corridor, got lost in the labyrinth, and came upon another stairway identical to the first, except that it had a different number on it. He was going round in circles in the hotel's back passages. Luckily, he came across a chef in a white toque who stared at him in fright. "Take me to the first floor, room next to the Mortimer's suite." In the first place, however, The chef wasn't privy to the names of the hotel guests. In the second place, he was awed by the 5 blood streaks that Maigret had put on his face when he'd wiped it with his hand. He was struck dumb by this giant of a man lost in a narrow servant's corridor with his coat worn over his shoulders and his hand permanently stuck to his chest, distorting the shape of his waistcoat and jacket. Police! Maigret was running out of patience. He felt the threat of a dizzy spell coming on. His wound was burning hot and prickling, as if long needles were going through it. At long last the chef set off without looking over his shoulder. Soon, Maigret felt carpet beneath his feet, and he realized he'd left the service area and was in the hotel proper. He kept an eye on the room numbers. He was on the odd-numbered side. Eventually, he came across a terrified valet. The Mortimer's suite. Downstairs. But you... He went down a stairway. And meanwhile, the news spread among the staff that there was a strange wounded man wandering about the hotel like a ghost. Maigret stopped to rest against a wall for a moment and left a blood stain on it. 3 very dark red drops also fell on the carpet. At last he caught sight of the Mortimer's suite, and beside it, the door of the room where Torrance was to be found. He got to the door, walking slightly crabwise, pushed it open. Torrance. The lights were on. The table was still laden with food and drink. Maigret's thick eyebrows puckered. He could not see his partner. On the other hand, he could smell something in the air that reminded him of a hospital. He took a few more wobbly steps and suddenly came to a stop by a settee. A black leather-shod foot was sticking out from under it. He had to try 3 times over. As soon as he took his hand off his wound, blood spurted out of it at an alarming rate. Finally, he took the towel that was lying on the table and wedged it under his waistcoat, which he fastened as tight as he could. The smell in the room made him nauseous. He lifted one end of the settee with weak arms and swung it round on 2 of its legs. It was what he expected, Torrance, all crumpled up, with his shoulder twisted round as if he'd had his bones broken to make him fit into a small space. There was a bandage over the lower part of his face, but it wasn't knotted. Maigret got down on his knees. Every gesture was measured and even slow. No doubt because of the state he was in. His hand hovered over Torrance's chest,
before daring to feel for his heart. When it reached its target, Maigret froze. He didn't stir, but stayed kneeling on the carpet and stared at his partner. Torrance was dead. Involuntarily, Maigret twisted his lips and clenched his fist.
His eyes clouded over, and he uttered a terrible oath in the shut and silent room. It could have sounded merely grotesque, but it did not. It was fearsome, tragic, terrifying. Maigret's face had hardened. He didn't cry. That must be something he was unable to do. But his expression was full of such anger and pain, as well as astonishment, that it came close to looking stunned. Torrance was 30 years old. For the last 5 years, he had worked pretty much exclusively for Inspector Maigret. His mouth was wide open, as if he'd made a desperate attempt at getting his last gasp of air. One floor up, a traveler was taking off his shoes directly over the dead man's body. Maigret looked around to seek out the enemy. He was breathing heavily. Several minutes passed in this manner. Maigret got up only when he sensed some hidden process beginning to work inside him. He went to the window, opened it, and looked out on the empty roadway of the Champs-Élysées. He let the breeze cool his brow, then went to pick up the gag he'd ripped off Torrance's mouth. It was a damask table napkin embroidered with the monogram of the Majestic. It still gave off a faint whiff of chloroform. Maigret stayed upright. His mind was a blank, with just a few shapeless thoughts knocking about inside it and raising painful associations. Once again, as he had done in the hotel passageway, he leaned his shoulder on the wall, and quite suddenly his features seemed to sink. He had aged. His spirits were low. Was he at that moment in time on the verge of bursting into tears? No. He was too big and substantial. He was made of a tougher cloth. The settee was squint and touching the table that hadn't been cleared. On one plate, chicken bones were mixed up with cigarette butts. The inspector stretched out an arm towards the telephone, but he didn't pick up the receiver. Instead, he snapped his fingers in anger, turned back towards the corpse and stared at it. He scowled bitterly and ironically when he thought of all the regulations, formal procedures, and precautions he had to observe to please the examining magistrate. Did any of that matter? It was Torrance, for heaven's sake, almost the same as if it had been himself. Damn it, Torrance. Who was part of the team? Who? Despite his apparent calm, he unbuttoned his colleague's waistcoat with such feverish energy that he snapped off two of its buttons. That's when he saw something that made his face go quite gray. On Torrance's shirt, exactly over the center of his heart, there was a small brown mark, smaller than a chickpea. There was just one single drop of blood, and it had coagulated into a clot no larger than a pinhead. Maigret's eyes clouded over, and he twisted his face into a grimace of outrage he could not express in words. It was disgusting. But in terms of crime, it was the very apex of skill. He need look no further. He knew what the trick was, because he'd learned about it a few months earlier in an article in a German crime studies journal. First, the chloroform towel, which overpowers the victim in 20 to 30 seconds. Then the long needle. The murderer can take his time and find just the right place between the ribs to get it straight into the heart, taking a life without any noise or mess. Exactly the same method had been used in Hamburg 6 months earlier. A bullet can miss its targets or just wound a man. Maigret was living proof of that. But a needle plunged into the heart of a man already made inert kills him scientifically, with no margin of error. Inspector Maigret recalled one detail. That same evening, when the manager had reported that the Mortimers were leaving, he'd been sitting on the radiator, gnawing a chicken leg, and he'd been so overcome with his own comfort that he'd been on the verge of giving himself the hotel stakeout and sending Torrance to tail the millionaire at the theater. That memory disturbed him. He felt awkward looking at his partner and felt nauseous, though he couldn't tell whether it was because of his wound, his emotions, or the chloroform that was still hanging in the air. It didn't even occur to him to start a proper methodical investigation. It was Torrance lying there, Torrance, who'd been with him on all his cases these last few years, Torrance. A man who needed just one word, a single sign, to understand whatever he meant to say. It was Torrance lying there with his mouth wide open, as if he were still trying to suck in a bit of oxygen and keep on living. Maigret, who was unable to shed tears, felt sick and upset, with a weight on his shoulders and nausea in his heart. He went back to the telephone and spoke so quietly that he had to be asked to repeat his request. Police judiciaire. Yes. Hello. Headquarters. Who is that speaking? What? Tarod. Listen, my lad. You're going to run round to the chief's address. Yes, his home address. Tell him to join me at the Majestic. Straight away, room. I don't know the room number, but he'll be shown up. What? No, nothing else. Hello, what's that? No, nothing wrong with me. He hung up. His colleague had started asking questions, puzzled by the odd sound of Maigret's voice, and also because what he'd asked for was odder still. He stood there for a while longer, with his arms swinging by his side. He tried not to look at the corner of the room where Torrance lay. He caught sight of himself in a mirror and realized that blood had soaked through the towel. So, with great difficulty, he took off his jacket. 1 hour later, the superintendent of criminal investigation knocked at the door. Maigret opened it a slit and grunted at the valet who'd brought up the chief to say he was no longer needed. He only opened the door further when the flunky had vanished. Only then did the super realize that Maigret was bare-chested. The door to the bathroom was wide open, and the floor was a puddle of reddish water. Shut the door, sharpish, Maigret said, with no regard for hierarchy. On the right side of his chest was an elongated and now swollen flesh wound. His braces were hanging down his legs. He nodded towards the corner of the room where Torrance was lying and put a finger to his lips. Shush! The superintendent shuddered. In sudden agitation, he inquired, "Is he dead?" Maigret's chin fell to his chest. "Could you give me a hand?" "Chief," he mumbled gloomily, "but it's a serious—" Shush. The bullet came out. That's the main thing. Help me wrap it up tight. He'd put the basin on the floor and cut the sheet in two. The Baltic gang, he explained. They missed me, but they didn't miss my poor Torrance. Have you disinfected the wound? Yes, I washed it with soap, then put some tincture of iodine on it. Do you think that's enough for now? With a needle, Chief. They anesthetized him, then killed him with a needle. Maigret wasn't himself. It was as if he was on the other side of a net curtain that made him look and sound all fuzzy. Hand me my shirt. His voice was blank. His gestures were measured and imprecise. His face was without expression. You had to come here. Seeing as it's one of our own, not to mention that I didn't want to make waves. You can have him taken away, Lair. keep all mention of it out of the papers. Chief, you do trust me, don't you? All the same, there was a catch in Maigret's voice. It touched the super, who took him by the hand. Now tell me, Maigret, what's wrong? Nothing. I'm quite calm, I swear. I don't think I've ever been so calm. But now, it's between them and me. Do you understand? The superintendent helped him get his waistcoat and his jacket on. The dressing changed Maigret's appearance, broadening his waist and making his figure less neat, as if he had rolls of fat. He looked at himself in the mirror and screwed up his face ironically. He was well aware that he now looked all soft. He'd lost that rock-solid, hard-cased look of a human mountain that he liked his enemies to see. His face was pale, puffy, and streaked with red. He was beginning to get bags under his eyes. Thank you, Chief. Do you think you can do the necessary? As far as Torrance is concerned, yes, we can keep it out of the news. I'll alert the magistrates. I'll go to see the prosecutor in person. Good. I'll get on with the job. He was tidying his mussed hair as he spoke. Then he walked over to the corpse, stopped in his tracks, and asked his colleague, "I'm allowed to close his eyes, aren't I?" I think he would have liked me to do it. His fingers were shaking. He kept them on the dead man's eyelids for a while, as if he was stroking them. The superintendent became agitated and begged him, "Maigret, please." The inspector got up and cast a last glance around the room. "Farewell, Chief. Don't let them tell my wife I've been hurt." His vast bulk filled the whole doorway for a moment. The superintendent of criminal investigation almost called him back in, because he was a worrying sight. During the war, comrades in arms had said farewell to him just like that, calmly, with the same unreal gentleness. Before going over the top, those men had never come back. Chapter 9. The Hitman. International gangsters who engage in top-flight scams rarely commit murder. You can take it as a general rule that they never kill, at least not the people they've chosen to unburden of $1 million or $2. They use more scientific methods of thievery. Most of those gentlemen don't carry guns, but they do sometimes use elimination to settle scores. Every year, 1 or 2 crimes that will never be properly solved take place somewhere. Most often, the victim is unidentifiable, and is buried under a patently false name. The dead are either snitches or men who drank too much and blabbed under the influence, or underlings aiming to rise, thus threatening the sitting hierarchy. In America, the home of specialization, these kinds of execution are never carried out by a gang member. Specialists called hitmen are used like official executioners. They have their own teams and rates of remuneration. The same has sometimes occurred in Europe, notably in the famous case of the Polish connection whose leaders all ended up on the scaffold. That setup carried out several murders on behalf of more highly placed crooks who were keen not to have blood on their own hands. Maigret knew all that as he went down the stairs towards the front desk of the Majestic. When a customer calls down for room service, where does his call get directed? He asked. He gets connected to the room service manager. At night as well. Sorry. After 9 in the evening, night staff deal with it. And where can I find the night staff? In the basement. Take me there. Maigret ventured once more into the innards of this hive of luxury designed to cater for 1,000 guests. He found an employee sitting at a telephone exchange in a cubbyhole next to the kitchen. He had a register at his desk. It was the quiet time. Did Inspector Torrance call down between 9 p.m. and 2 a.m.? Torrance, the officer in the blue room, next door to Suite 3. The receptionist explained in the language of the house. The reasoning was elementary. Torrance had been attacked in the room by someone who had necessarily entered it. The murderer must have got behind his victim in order to put the chloroform gag over his face. And Torrance hadn't suspected a thing. Only a hotel valet could have got away with it. He had either been called up by the policeman, or else he'd come in unprompted to clear the table, keeping quite calm. Maigret put the question another way round. Which member of staff knocked off early last night? The operator was taken aback by the question. How did you know sheer coincidence? Pepito got a call telling him his brother was sick. What time? Around 10. Where was he? At that point. Upstairs. On which telephone did he take the call? They called the main exchange. The operator confirmed that he'd not put any call through to Pepito. Things were moving fast, but Maigret remained placid and glum. His card. You must have an employee card. Not a proper one. We don't keep files on what we call room staff. There's too much turnover. They had to go to the hotel office, which was unmanned at that hour. Nonetheless, Maigret had them open up the employee records, where he found what he was looking for. Pepito Moreto, Hotel Beau Séjour, 3, Rue des Batignolles, appointed on Get Me Hotel Beau Séjour on the telephone. Meanwhile, Maigret interrogated another employee and learned that Pepito Moreto had been recommended by an Italian maitre d'hotel and had joined the staff of the Majestic 3 days before the Mortimer Livingston's arrival. No complaints about his work. He'd begun in the dining room, but then transferred to room service at his own request. Hotel Beau Séjour came on the line. Hello. Can you get Pepito Moreto to come to the phone? Hello. What was that? His luggage, too. 3A. M. Thank you. Hello. One more thing. Did he get any mail at the hotel? No letters at all. Thank you. That's all. Maigret hung up, remaining as unnaturally calm as he ever was. What's the time? He asked. 5:10. Call me a cab. He gave the driver the address of Pickwick's bar. You know it closes at 4 a.m. Doesn't matter. The car came to a stop outside the nightclub. It was shuttered, but a streak of light could be seen coming from under the door. Maigret was aware that in most late-night venues, the staff, often 40 strong, usually has a meal before going home. They eat in the same room that the customers have just vacated, even while the streamers are being tidied away and the cleaners get to work. Despite that, he didn't ring the bell at Pickwick's. He turned his back on the club, and his eye alighted on a cafe tobacconist's at the corner of Rue Fontaine, the sort of place where nightclub staff often gather during intervals or after work. The bar was still open. When Maigret walked in, there were 3 men with their elbows on the counter, sipping coffee with something stronger in it, talking business. Is Pepito not in tonight? He left quite a while ago. The barman replied. Maigret noticed that one of the customers, who had perhaps recognized him, was gesturing at the barman to keep his mouth shut. We had an appointment at 2, he said. He was here. I know. I told the dancer from over the road to bring a message to him. You mean Jose? Correct. He was supposed to tell Pepito I couldn't make it. Jose did come over. Actually, I think they had a chat. The customer who gestured to the barman, was now drumming his fingers on the counter. He was pale with fury because the few sentences that had just been said in the cafe were all that was needed to explain what had happened around 10 or a little before. Pepito had murdered Torrance at the Majestic. He must have had detailed instructions because he knocked off work straight away on the excuse that he'd had a phone call from his brother, and came straight to the bar at the corner of Rue Fontaine. Then he waited. At some point, the dancer who'd just been named as Jose came over the road and passed Pepito a message that a child could guess shoot Maigret as soon as he steps outside Pickwick's bar. In other words, with 2 crimes in a few hours, the only 2 people who posed a threat to the Baltic gang would be got rid of Pepito, fired his gun, and fled. His role was over. He hadn't been seen, so he could go and get his bags from Hotel Beauséjour. Maigret paid for his drink, went out, looked back over his shoulder, and saw the 3 customers vigorously upbraiding the barman. He knocked at the door of Pickwick's bar, and a cleaner opened it for him. As he'd thought, the employees were having a late supper at tables that had been put end to end to make a refectory. Chicken leftovers, pieces of partridge, hors d'oeuvre, everything that the customers hadn't eaten. 30 pairs of eyes turned towards the inspector. Has Jose been gone long? Sure, straight after. But the head waiter, recognizing Maigret, whom he'd served, stuck his elbow in the ribs of the man who was talking. Maigret wasn't fooled. Give me his address, and it had better be the right one, okay, or else you'll be sorry. I don't have it. Only the boss has. Where is he? On his estate at La Varenne. Give me the books. But shut up. They pretended to look in the drawers of a small office desk behind the podium. Maigret shoved his way into the group that was fiddling about and found the staff register straight away. Jose Latourie, 71 Rue Lepic. He exited in the same ponderous manner as he'd come in, while the still worried waiters went back to their meal. It was no distance to Rue Lepic, but no. 71 is a long way up the hillside street, and Maigret had to stop twice to get his puff back. At last he got to the door of a lodging house of the same general kind as Hotel Beauséjour, though more sordid still, He rang, and the front door opened automatically. He knocked at a glass window, and the night porter eventually got out of bed for him. Jose Latourie, still out, his keys here, handed over police, but at the double. The fact is, nobody could stand in Maigret's way that night. Yet he wasn't his usual stern and rigid self. Maybe people could sense something even worse. Which floor? Fourth. The long and narrow room had a stuffy smell. The bed hadn't been made. Like most other people in the same line of trade, Jose must have slept until 4 in the afternoon, and hotels don't make up beds later than that. An old pair of pajamas that had worn through at the collar and elbows was flung across the sheets. On the floor lay a pair of moccasins with worn soles and broken uppers that must have been used as bedroom slippers. There was a traveling bag in imitation leather, but all it had in it were old newspapers and a patched-up pair of black trousers. Over the sink was a bar of soap, a pot of skin cream, aspirin tablets, and a tube of barbitone. Maigret picked up a ball of scrap paper from the floor and smoothed it out with care. He only needed one sniff to know that it had contained heroin. 15 minutes later, Inspector Maigret had gone through the room from top to bottom, but then he noticed a slit in the upholstery of the only armchair in the room. He slipped his finger inside the stuffing and pulled out, one by one, 11 1-gram packs of the same drug. He put them in his wallet and went back down the stairs. He hailed a city policeman at Place Blanche and gave him instructions. The copper went to stand sentry next to No. 71. Maigret thought back on the black-haired young man, an uneasy gigolo with unsteady eyes who'd bumped into his table out of agitation when he'd come back from his appointment with Moretto. Once he'd done the job, he hadn't dared go back home, as he would rather lose the few rags that he had and those 11 sachets, which must have had a street price of at least 1,000 francs. He'd be nabbed sooner or later because he didn't have the nerve. He must have been scared stiff. Pepito was a cooler kind of customer. Maybe he was in a railway station waiting for the first train out. Maybe he'd gone to ground in the suburbs. Or maybe he'd just moved to a different doss house in another part of Paris. Maigret hailed a cab and was on the point of asking for the Majestic when he reckoned they wouldn't have finished the job yet. That's to say, Torrance would still be there. Quai des Orfèvres. As he walked past Jean, Maigret realized that the doorman already knew, and he averted his eyes like a guilty man. He didn't tend to his stove. He didn't take off his jacket or collar. He sat at his desk, leaning on his elbows, stock still, for 2 hours. It was already light when he took notice of a screed that must have been put on his pad at some point during the night. For the eyes of Detective Chief Inspector Maigret, urgent. Around 23:30, man in tails entered Hôtel du Roi de Sicile. Stayed 10 minutes. Left in a limousine. The Russian did not exit. Maigret took it in his stride. And then more news started flooding in. First, there was a call from the Courcelles police station in the 17th arrondissement. A man by the name of José Latourie, a professional dancer, has been found dead by the railings of Parc Monceau. 3 knife wounds. His wallet was not taken. The time and circumstances of the crime have not been established, but Maigret knew what they were. He could see Pepito Moretto tailing the young man when he came out of Pickwick's, and then, reckoning he was too upset and therefore likely to give the game away, Moretto took his life without even bothering to remove the man's wallet or ID as a taunt, perhaps as if to say, "You think you can use this guy as a lead to get back to us? Be my guest. You can have him." 8:30. The manager of the Majestic was on the line. "Hello, Inspector Maigret. It's unbelievable. Incredible. A few minutes ago. No. 17 rang. No. 17. And do you remember the man who... Yes, he's called Oswald Oppenheim. Well, I sent up a valet. Oppenheim was in bed, cool as a cucumber. He wanted his breakfast. Chapter 10. The Listener. You return to the scene before dawn. Dr. Verneu's house was silent, as if death had frozen all sound inside. The flowers on the porch were wilting in the mist, and the window through which the bullet had passed had not been replaced, only a dirty canvas cover, which fluttered in the wind like the torn lungs of a dying patient. You stand in the middle of the office. This time there are no policemen following you. No notebooks, no questions. Just you, silhouetted against the dim light filtering through the curtains. The doctor's portrait is still there, hanging upright, but the eyes in the painting seem to be looking somewhere else. Not at you. You bend down and pick up the broken ashtray from the corner of the table. There is a tiny stain of dried blood on the porcelain, the thing that no one reports. Something not in the minutes. Something that couldn't have appeared unless someone else had been in the room before the bullet went through the glass. When you turn around, the maid, Madame Melanie, is standing in the hallway. She holds a tray of cold coffee, her hands shaking slightly. She doesn't look at you. "Inspector," she said softly, "I forgot to tell you. Someone called the night before your husband died." You turn back. Your eyes are fixed on her face like cold nails. "Who?" She shook her head. "I don't know. A man's voice. Very small. Just one sentence." "What sentence?" She hesitated. He said, "Stop pretending. I know it's not over." And he hung up. You take out your notebook and write quickly. "Why didn't you say so sooner?" "I was scared. I thought it didn't matter." You keep quiet. People always think something is unimportant until they realize it's the only thing left. When you went outside, it started to rain. You don't go back to headquarters. You go to the payphone by the station, the only one whose line hasn't been cut, and you call the number listed in Dr. Verneu's patient file. Not all patients are normal. Some names are crossed out in red. Some are no longer alive. But there is one name you never noticed. Jules Montfort, age 34. Diagnosis: dissociative disorder. Occupation unknown. Last known residence: old villa on Delorme Hill. You call 3 rings. Then a man's voice, hoarse and slow, as from a deep well. "Is he dead?" You do not reply immediately. "I know he is dead," continued the other. "I heard it." You tighten your grip on the receiver. "Hear what?" The other voice laughed. A small, cracked laugh, like fingernails scraping damp wood. The sound of bullets, the sound of blood, and the silence that followed. You are silent. This was no longer a murder. This was a wiretapping and, perhaps, a remote viewing. You put the receiver down. From outside the phone booth, heavier raindrops tap on the tin roof, echoing like a knock on the door of the unburied past. You don't know exactly what Jules Montfort is to Dr. Verneu, but you do know one thing. He heard what no one else heard, and perhaps he witnessed a crime that has never been named. Chapter 11. The Abandoned Villa. You drive up the narrow road to Delorme Hill as it continues to drizzle. The rows of gray oaks hang down like old witnesses, bowing to a dark truth that no one dares to speak. The air is thick, as if every drop of rain smells of dried blood. Villa Montfort appeared around the third bend. It was not a house, but a ruin in the shape of a house. The windows were broken. The roof tiles had collapsed in one corner. The walls were mottled with mace, the bricks exposed like bones under the skin. But there was a faint yellow light coming from a room on the first floor, a light that was not electric, but an oil lamp. You stopped the car, not turning it off right away. Listen, no voices, just the steady patter of rain on the roof. You enter through the battered iron gate. No one locks it. Fresh, wet boot prints on the ground lead into the house. You follow, your hand never leaving your pocket where the pistol lies, cold as ice. The door is ajar. You knock once, no reply. You push the door. A musty smell mixed with the smell of kerosene wafted out. The large room contained an old armchair, a wooden table, and a few dusty books. But what made you stop was the tape recorder sitting neatly in the middle of the table. A tape is running. You step forward, your hand gently lifting the machine head. The man's voice rang out, hoarse and broken. Doctor, you think you can bury everything? No way. I heard everything. This voice is not Jules's. This voice sounds like Vernu's. Then a scream, the sound of wood, the sound of a window rattling. Then silence. You stop the tape, feeling a chill down your spine. Who left this tape playing just as you arrived? Who wanted you to hear it? Footsteps echoed on the wooden stairs behind you. Slow, heavy, dragging. You turn back. Jules Montfort appears, tall and thin, with messy hair that looked like it hadn't been combed in years. His eyes were pale blue, but sharp, as if they could penetrate human skin. He held a stick in his hand, not to support himself, but to emphasize each word he was about to say. Did you hear? He asked, his voice as low as the wind. You nod. Who recorded this tape? He smiled slightly, revealing uneven teeth. It wasn't me. It was him. He wrote it down, but he didn't know he was confessing. Confess what? He sat down on the chair, his eyes never leaving you. He killed a man, or let a man die. It makes no difference. And that man came back. Maigret. Even after death, you look at him. You can't tell if he's telling the truth or playing a crazy game. But in the musty air, you can tell that his statement isn't entirely false. You step closer, looking closely at Jules. Were you involved in Verneu's death? Jules leaned back in his chair, laughing. If I said no, would you believe me? If I said yes, how do you think I would do it? I just listen. I listen to everything. And sometimes listening is enough to kill. The rain outside the window was getting heavier. You felt like this investigation was slipping away from you, like a boat lost in an undercurrent. Chapter 12. It happened. You don't knock. The woman opens the door when she hears your shoes on the steps. There she stands, Mrs. Verneu, in a thin sweater, her hair disheveled, her eyes sunken, as if she hasn't slept since the day the bullet went through her husband's chest. You don't say anything. She doesn't either. Just steps aside, opens the door. You go in. The living room is stuffy. The furniture is wiped clean and arranged so neatly that it looks unnatural, like a stage set. On the table are 2 unfinished glasses of wine, one empty. You take off your hat and open your notebook, but don't write anything. I heard the tape. You say, "What tape?" she asks. Eyes unblinking. The one someone made the night before your husband died. I don't know anything about that. But you were on it. Silence. You put the tape on the table. Don't play it. Don't care. She looks at it like it's a death certificate. Then she pours more wine. Her hands don't shake. He promised never to mention it again. She said softly, "What happened?" It happened 5 years ago. In the village across the river. You'll have to be more specific. She looked at you. Really looked at you for the first time. Her eyes were like a black lake under the moon, reflecting everything, hiding all its depth. A girl, 8 years old, came in, had a stomach ache. Jean misdiagnosed, gave her medicine, went home. She died that night, and her parents sued. Jean made some sort of deal. I don't know the details, but he changed the records, pretended it never happened. You remember the words on the tape, "I can't let that happen again." And you understand. It wasn't that he feared anyone. It wasn't that he was killed. He ended it himself when he realized something or someone was starting to stir it all up again. Who knows about this? besides you and him? I think no one. But someone sent an anonymous letter recently. Threats, not money. They wanted Jean to confess. Who sent it? No signature. But the handwriting resembles someone who used to work at the hospital. Name Luc Morel, nurse, fired after the incident, was publicly yelled at by Jean. You write down the name. Stand up. Are you scared? Not anymore. Because it happened. What else is there to lose? You leave the house as it begins to get dark. The trees rustle like human whispers. You sense something has changed, not just a murder, but a rotting past that smells through every new coat of paint. At the police station, you open the Luc Morel file. Fired in April, 3 years ago. No official reason. Last address, apartment 17, old workers housing area near the station. You stuff the file in your bag, grab the tape, and walk out. Tell no one. Because there are things no one needs to see. They just need to be finished. Chapter 13. Old address. Apartment number 17 is on the 3rd floor. No bell. The paint on the door peeling like the skin of a leper. You stand in front of it without knocking, and you smell a damp, burning smell like the burning of electricity from a long dead device. You knock 3 times. No answer. You knock again. There is the sound of a chair being pushed back. A pause. Then the sound of the latch being opened. Slowly. As if in acknowledgement. Luc Morel was nothing like his profile. Not as young as his photos. Not as thin as people said. He looked like someone who had slept for 3 years in a cold kitchen, bald in patches, uneven beard, and eyes bulging like a frog in an operating room. Are you a policeman? He asked, as if he already knew. You don't answer, just show the badge. He opens the door, steps aside. The apartment was a makeshift storage room, old medical books, scraps of paper, empty liquor bottles, an unmade bed. But amid the chaos, something remained clean. A black and white framed photo on the bookshelf. A picture of a little girl. He looks, my sister, he said, died at 8. Stomachache. Went home, never got up. The attending physician, Jean Vernou, and her parents divorced after that. Mother died last year. Father doesn't mention him anymore. You sit down on the rickety wooden chair. You sent an anonymous letter to the doctor. He did not respond. You threatened him, silence. Did you know he was dead? Everyone knew. Were you near his house that night? He turned away, opened the cupboard, and poured wine into a paper cup. His hands did not shake. I did, but I didn't kill him. What were you doing there? I was standing under the pine tree in front of the window. Why, I wanted to see if he dared to turn on the light, if he dared to look at himself while drinking. You look at him. You carry a gun. No, I'm not stupid. I want him to be afraid of himself. You take the tape roll out of your pocket and put it on the table. Have you ever heard him sound like this? You play the tape. Vernoux's voice rings out. I can't let that happen again. Luc was silent. His face did not change, but his throat tightened. He poured more wine and drank it all in one gulp. His voice was still as scared as before. How did you keep your anger all these years? I don't keep it. I store it. He smiled lightly, emphasizing each word as if he were describing a medical method. You stand up. I'm going to need you to come in and give a statement. No charges, just clarification. Are you ready? If I say no, I'll come back every day until you forget you're alone. He nodded. Fine. But Inspector, if you want to find the person who pulled the trigger, don't look here. Why? Because he died. Because someone knew too much. Not because someone hated him. You leave the apartment. The lights flicker in the old hallway, in the distance. You hear the sounds of children arguing, but it sounds like it came from 2 decades ago. You see this more clearly than ever. Sometimes the killer doesn't need a gun. All he needs is a memory. Chapter 14. The one who is no longer here. You return to the Vernoux house early in the afternoon, carrying a summons for the maid Melanie. The door is unlocked. That's the first thing you see wrong. Entering, there was no answer, no hurried footsteps from the kitchen, no whispered greeting, no coffee, no smell of pastries, just a terrifyingly orderly emptiness. You rummage through the kitchen drawers. Everything is neat. Too neat. Her bedroom closet empty. The old photo with the doctor and his wife was gone, too. You go back to the living room, and then you see the paper. A small piece of paper, folded into 3, was placed neatly under the table lamp. The paper was yellowed. The handwriting was scribbled as if written in haste or with a shaking hand. I lied from the beginning. I didn't know who he called. I didn't know who came to the house that night, but I heard crying, not the doctors, not the landladies. It was a male voice, young, cracking. I thought it was Etienne. I was scared. And now I'm gone. Don't look for me. You read it twice, Etienne. That name was not in the Vernou household records, not on the death certificate, not in the medical records. No one mentioned it. You call the office. Request to re-examine all the civil registration documents. After 5 minutes, the clerk's voice comes over the phone. There was a name, Etienne Vernou, born in 1915, but sent to a reformatory at 13, then lost track of him. No record of repatriation, no bail application. Why sent violent? Set fire to a house. Tendency to attack small animals. Said to be mildly mentally unstable. You tighten your grip on the receiver. No mention of the son. No wife. No maid. No Vernou himself on the tape. And that was the scariest thing. You go outside, stand under the Vernou porch. The rain had stopped, but the air was still heavy with the smell of thunder. The road in front of the house was deserted, except for the distant sound of tires and a skinny cat walking across the yard. You look out the second-story window where the bullet once went through the glass. For a brief moment, you think you see a figure standing behind the curtain. Tall, thin, motionless. But when you look up again, it's empty. You get back into your car, but don't start it right away. Instead, you pull out your notebook and write down Etienne Vernou, once rejected. Now he may be back. Maybe the one who cried. Maybe the one who killed. Chapter 15. Someone does not forget. You sit in the old filing office of the St. Raphael Asylum. The smell of damp and chlorine rises from the piles of files that are stacked knee-high. A thin nurse flips through the faded pages as if she were reciting a rosary. Etienne Vernou. You repeat for the third time, I remember him. She whispered, as if afraid the walls themselves would disapprove. Not many patients impress me, but he does. Why? He doesn't talk much. But whenever he gets agitated, he just repeats one sentence over and over again. What sentence? A son is not forgotten. A son is not forgotten. The nurse gave you a copy of your discharge book. Name, Etienne Vernou. Date of discharge, October 12, 1946. status stable, temporarily transferred to Ormser-Sen nursing home under the auspices of the St. Luke Church. Final notes. The patient exhibits obsession with his father, Dr. Jean Vernou, but has shown no recent dangerous behavior. No contact with family is recommended. Read the last line again and again. No contact with family advised. But Vernou was dead, and Etienne, if he had returned, might have broken that advice. Ormser-Sen Camp is a gray stone building on the riverside where old priests and lunatics live together under a cracked roof. You arrive at sunset. The person who receives you is Father Guillaume, so old that his breathing sounds like sandpaper. Etienne. Ah, yes, I remember. A lost soul. But quiet. Once he wrote on the wall of his bedroom, "If I return, blood will purify blood." Then we locked the door. How long was he here? 9 years. Then he disappeared. No request to leave. Nothing left. The door opened one winter morning. He didn't take anything. He left one thing. Father Guillaume pulled open a drawer. He took out a small piece of glass square, sharp, with dried blood on the edge. Found it in his pillow. You leave when it is dark. The Seine is as still as oil. No wind, no moon. There is only one very real feeling. Etienne has never been far away. Back in your office, you sit pensively next to a cold cup of coffee. You flip through the tapes. I can't let that happen again. I know it's still around. It won't forgive me. It's my blood. It's my fault. You notice this passage has never been noticed before. Vernou is not talking about a patient. He is not talking about Morel. He is talking about Etienne. Knock on the door. You look up. A young administrative officer hands you an envelope sent by post. No sender's name. Just for Inspector Maigret. You open it. Inside was an old black and white photograph of the Vernou family, the doctor, his wife, and a boy of about 10. His angry eyes staring straight into the lens. On the back of the photo, there is a handwritten note. If you dig deeper, the next person to die won't be me. Chapter 16. The Returned One. You don't know why you're in St. Laurent Cemetery in the middle of the night. Maybe it's the photo. Maybe it's the handwriting. Maybe the words on the back of the photo are an invitation, not a warning. The mist is heavy, covering the gravestones making everything look like it's covered in dead skin. You walk through rows of gray stones to the west side, where Etienne Vernoux's mother is buried, and you see him. No running, no hiding, just standing there, like he'd been waiting for you all these years. Ankle-length black coat, old felt hat, no umbrella. Rain pelted his hair, but he didn't move. You stop, keeping a distance of 5 steps. "I knew you would come," he said. His voice was not high, not shaky, just a sound like it came from a deep well. "You sent the picture, yes. You killed your father." "No." A pause. "I just showed him I was alive." You take your hand out of your pocket, not holding the gun. "You were home the night he died." "Yes." "Were you armed?" "No need. He was already wounded." "What do you mean?" "He carries me like a cut that never heals. Every night, every dream, I am still there. I don't need to kill. I just need to knock on the door." You look at him, cheekbones thin, eyes deep, but not averting. You stood there and let him finish. "I just turned on the light. He thought it was a ghost. But really, I was just a child." He took a step closer to you. "Do you know what makes a father tremble more than death? What? It is the eyes of the child he has rejected. No hatred, no screaming, just looking and remembering." You feel the rain starting to get heavier. The cold air seeps into your fingers, but you don't move. "What do you want?" "I don't want anything. He's dead, and I have no reason to kill. I'm leaving this place." "I can't let you go. I haven't done anything illegal. I'll press charges if necessary. Then do it." Etienne took off his hat. His hair was wet. He placed a small object on the tombstone in front of him. A silver button, engraved with the letters JV. "I've had this since I was 8. Thought one day I'd stick it to his wound, but he did it before I could touch it." He turned away and walked into the darkness. You don't call back. You don't make an arrest. You don't pull a gun. Just stand there in the rainy night by the stone tomb and write in my mind. Sometimes justice is not in the hands of the law. It is in memory, and memory no one can control. Chapter 17. The Final Call. You are writing your closing report when the phone rings. Inspector Maigret, a woman's voice. Weak, hoarse like wind through an old window. I am Melanie. Where are you, Saint Hubert Chapel? Confession. I think I need to say it before I die. You arrive late in the afternoon. The sky is gray. The pale sunlight streaming through the stained glass windows onto the stone cross. Melanie sits alone on the bench, thinner, her hair ashen, her eyes sunken. There was no one else in the church. Are you hiding because you are afraid of me? You asked. No, I am hiding because I opened the door. The story begins one night earlier this month, nearly a week before the doctor died. I got a letter with no sender. Just one line. If I knock, will you open the door? And I answered. I wrote, I won't lock it. Don't wait for me to wake up. Come in. Why? Because I know who Etienne was. I am the only one who remembers him. I know the doctor erased him from the papers, from the story, from his wife's memory, but I cannot forget. When he was a child, I taught him to button his shirt. I washed away the first blood when he accidentally hit the cat in the yard. I saw his loneliness before it turned to hatred. You sit down next to her. Did you know he would kill No? I think he just needed to see the light again in the house he once called home. And after the doctor died, I cleaned the scene. I saw Etienne's wet footprints, saw the window still ajar, and I knew he didn't shoot. Who I don't know, but the doctor had a small gun in his drawer. Maybe he finished it off himself. Maybe another ghost came, but I think Etienne is just a memory in human form. She looked at you. Her eyes weren't crying, but her voice broke into a whisper. I did not call upon the devil. I only called upon an abandoned child. If that is a sin, I take it to the grave. You don't arrest her. Just take her back to the hospital. File closed. No killer name. Only one final note. Every witness survived, but all kept a part of the truth to themselves. Chapter 18. Message in the Stone. You return to Saint Laurent Cemetery on a foggy morning. There's no one left to follow the case. No press. No public opinion. Not even the police. Just you and two graves. One was of Jean Vernou, the doctor who died with a bullet in his heart. The other was of Melanie, the faithful maid who had been buried 2 days earlier. You stand between two stone tablets, two unfinished stories. The wind blows through the weeping willows. Something strange makes you bend down. In a crevice of moss-covered rocks at the foot of Verneu's grave, you find a small piece of paper folded in four, tied with just enough string to keep it from being blown away by the wind. You open it. The paper was yellowed. The handwriting was scrawl, but familiar. Not Etienne, not Melanie. It was the wife's, Mrs. Verneu, who had sunk into depression, almost losing her mind during the investigation. Jean, I know you always see blood in your dreams. I know you have the key to the drawer where I hid the gun. I know you heard Etienne's footsteps that night, but I don't know it was you who locked the back door. Not to keep Etienne out, to keep you in here. You are no longer a doctor, no longer a husband, no longer a father. Just a shapeless shame. I couldn't take it anymore. When you sat down in the chair, I reached for the gun, but you grabbed it, and you did what I couldn't do. I just stood there and didn't cry. You read it 3 times. The first time out of shock, the second time out of fear, the third time to make sure the truth doesn't always come out in the police station. You burn the piece of paper with a lighter, not to hide it, but to restrict it a pain so private, so silent. Ashes flew up, dissolving into mist, just like the case, just like every other case. You turn and walk down the cobblestone path to the cemetery gates. The wind blows at your back. You don't look back. In your head, there is only one last sentence left. The truth does not change justice, but sometimes it teaches us that silence is also a way of forgiveness. Chapter 19. The injured man. The male nurses left, but not before Madame Maigret had treated them to a glass of plum liqueur, which she made herself every year on her summer holiday back home in the country in Alsace. When she'd closed the door behind them and heard them going down the stairs, she went back into the bedroom with the rose-pattern wallpaper. Maigret was lying in the double bed under an impressive red silk eiderdown. He looked rather tired. There were little bags under his eyes. "Did they hurt you?" his wife inquired as she went around, tidying things up in the room. "Not a lot. Can you eat a bit?" "It's amazing you had the same surgeon as crowned heads and people like Clemenceau and Courteline." She opened a window to shake out a rug on which a nurse had left the mark of his shoe. Then she went to the kitchen moved a pot from one ring to another, and put the lid at a slant. "I say, Maigret," she said as she came back into the bedroom. "What?" he asked. "Do you really believe that it was a crime of passion? What are you talking about?" "About the Jewish woman, Anna Gorskin, who's on trial today, a woman from Rue du Roi de Sicile, who claims she was in love with Mortimer and killed him in a fit of jealousy. Ah, that starts today. Does it? The story doesn't hold water. You know, life is a complicated thing. You'd better raise my pillow. Might she get an acquittal? Lots of other people have been acquitted. That's what I mean. Wasn't she connected to your case? Vaguely. He sighed. Madame Maigret shrugged. "A fat lot of yous it is being married to an inspector." She grumbled, with a smile. "All the same, when there's something going on, I get my news from the door lady. One of her nephews is a journalist. So there." Maigret smiled too. Before having his operation, he'd been to see Anna twice. At the St. Lazare prison, the first time she had clawed his face. The second time, she had given him information that led to the immediate arrest at his lodgings in Bagnolet of Pepito Moreto, the murderer of Torrance and Jose Latourie. Day after day, and no news. A telephone call now and again from God knows where. Then, one fine morning, Maigret turns up like a man at the end of his rope, slumps into an armchair, and mumbles, "Get me a doctor." Now she was happy to be bustling around the flat, pretending to be grumpy just for show, stirring the crackling Swiss fries in the pan, hauling buckets of water around, opening and closing windows, and asking now and again, "Time for a pipe?" Last time she asked, she got no answer. Maigret was asleep. Half of him was buried under the red eiderdown, and his head was sunk deep in a feather pillow, while all these sounds fluttered over his resting face. In the Central Criminal Court, Anna Gorskin was fighting for her life. In the prison, in a top security cell, Pepito Moreto knew what fate awaited him. He walked in circles around his cell under the glum gaze of the guard, whose face could only be seen through the grid pattern on the wire screen over the hatch. In Pskov, an old lady in a folk hat that came down over both cheeks must have been on her way to church in a sled behind a drunken coachman whipping a pony trotting across the snow like a mechanical toy. Read on for an exclusive extract from the next Inspector Maigret novel, The Late Monsieur Gallet, by Georges Simenon. A chore. The very first contact between Detective Chief Inspector Maigret and the dead man with whom he was to spend several weeks in the most puzzling intimacy was on 27th of June 1930, in circumstances that were mundane, difficult, and unforgettable all at the same time. Unforgettable chiefly because for the last week the police judiciaire had been getting note after note announcing that the King of Spain would be passing through Paris on that day and reminding them of the precautions to be taken on such an occasion. It so happened that the superintendent of the police judiciaire was in Prague at a conference on forensics. His deputy had been called home to his villa in Normandy, where one of his children was ill. Maigret, as the senior inspector, had to take everything on in suffocating hate, with manpower reduced by the holiday season to the bare minimum. It was also early in the morning of 27 June that the body of a murdered woman, a haberdasher, was found in Rue Picpus. In short, at 9 in the morning, all available inspectors had left for Gare du Bois de Boulogne, where the Spanish monarch was expected. Maigret had told his men to open the doors and windows, and in the drafts doors slammed and paper flew off tables. At a few minutes past 9, a telegram arrived from Never Emile Gallet, commercial traveler, home address Saint-Fargeau, Seine-et-Marne, murdered night of 25 Hôtel de la Loire, Sancerre. Many curious details. Please inform family for identification of corpse. Send inspector from Paris if possible. Maigret had no option but to set off in person to Saint-Fargeau, a place 35 kilometers from the capital, even the name of which had been unknown to him an hour earlier. He did not know how the trains ran. As he arrived at Gare de Lyon, he was told that a local train was just about to leave. He began to run and was just in time to fling himself into the last carriage. That was quite enough to drench him in sweat, and he spent the rest of the journey getting his breath back and mopping his face, for he was a large, thick-set man. At Saint-Fargeau, he was the only traveler to get out. and he had to wander about on the softened asphalt of the platform for several minutes before he managed to unearth one of the station's staff. Monsieur Gallet, right at the end of the central avenue of the housing development, there's a sign outside the house with its name on it. Les Marguerites. In fact, it's almost the only house to be finished so far. Maigret took off his jacket, slipped a handkerchief under his bowler hat to protect the back of his neck, because the avenue in question was about 200 meters wide, and you could walk only right down the middle of it, where there was no shade at all. The sun was an ominous coppery color, and midges were stinging furiously in advance of the coming storm. Not a soul in sight to brighten the scene and provide a traveler with any information. The housing development was nothing but a huge forest, which must have been part of the grounds of a large manor house. All anyone had done to it yet was to mark out a geometrical network of streets, like the stripes left by a lawn mower, and to lay the cables that would provide the future houses with electric light. Opposite the railway station, however, there was a square laid out with mosaic-lined fountains. Over a wooden shack was a sign reading "Sales Office." Plots of land for development. Beside it, there was a map on which the empty streets already bore the names of politicians and generals. Every 50 meters. Maigret took out his handkerchief to mop his face again, and then put it back over the nape of his neck, which was beginning to sizzle. He saw embryonic buildings here and there, sections of wall that the builders must have abandoned because of the heat. At least 2 kilometers from the station, he found Les Marguerites, a house that was faintly English in appearance, with red tiles, complicated architecture, and a rustic wall separating the garden from what for a few years yet would still be the forest. Looking up through the first-floor windows, he saw a bed with a mattress folded in two on top of it, while the sheets and blankets were airing over the windowsill. He rang the bell. A maidservant, about 30 years old with a squint, looked at him through a peephole first, and while she was making up her mind to open the door, Maigret put his jacket back on. "I'd like to see Madame Gallet, please." "Who shall I say it is?" But a voice inside the house was already asking her, "Who is it? Eugenie." And Madame Gallet appeared on the steps in person. chin in the air as she waited for the intruder to explain himself. "You've dropped something," she said in unfriendly tones as he took off his hat, forgetting the handkerchief, which now fell to the ground. He picked it up, mumbling something unintelligible, and introduced himself. "Detective Chief Inspector Maigret of the Flying Squad. I would like a few words with you, Madame." "With me," and she added, turning to the maid, "What are you waiting about for?" Maigret knew what he thought about Madame Galley. At least, she was a woman of around 50, and there were no two ways about it. She was disagreeable. In spite of the time of day, the heat, the solitude of the house, she was already wearing a mauve silk dress, and not one of her gray hairs ventured out of the rigidity of her set. Her neck, bosom, and hands were laden with gold necklaces, brooches, and rings that clicked against each other. Unwillingly, she preceded her visitor into the sitting room. As he passed an open door, Maigret saw a white kitchen sparkling with copper and aluminium pans. "May I start waxing the floor?" "Madam, of course, why not?" The maid disappeared into the dining room next door and could soon be heard spreading wax polish on the floor where she knelt, while an invigorating smell of turpentine spread through the house. There were pieces of embroidery on all the furniture in the sitting room. On the wall hung an enlarged photograph of a tall, thin, adolescent boy with jutting knees, dressed for his first communion. A smaller photo on the piano showed a man with thick hair, a salt and pepper goatee beard, wearing a jacket with poorly cut shoulders. The oval of his face was as long as the boy's. Another detail brought Maigret up short, and it was several moments before he realized that the man's lips, which almost cut his face in half, were abnormally thin. "Your husband." "Yes, my husband." "And I am waiting to hear what the police think they are doing here." During the conversation that followed, Maigret had to keep looking back at the photograph, and that could really be described as his first point of contact with the dead man. "I'm afraid I have bad news to break, Madame. Your husband is away, isn't he? Well, go on. Out with it. Has something." "Yes. There has been an accident. Well, not strictly speaking an accident. I must ask you to be brave." She was standing in front of him, her back very straight, her hand resting on a pedestal table with a reproduction bronze on it. Her face was hard, distrustful, and nothing about her moved except her podgy fingers. What made Maigret think that she had certainly been slim, maybe very slim, for the first half of her life, and had put on weight only with age? Your husband was killed in Sancerre on the night of 25th of June. I have the painful task of informing you. The inspector turned to the portrait photo and asked, pointing to the boy dressed for his first communion, "You have a son, I believe." For a moment, Madame Galley looked as if the straight back that she thought indispensable to her dignity might be about to bend. She said, reluctantly, "A son, yes." And then she immediately added, in a triumphant tone, "You did say Sancerre, didn't you? And this is the 27th. In that case, you've made a mistake. Wait a minute." She went into the dining room, where Maigret could see the maid on all fours. When Madame Galley came back, she held a postcard out to her visitor. "This card is from my husband. It's dated the 26th and postmarked Rouen." She had some difficulty in suppressing a smile, betraying her delight in humiliating a police officer who was bold enough to intrude on her privacy. It must be some other Gallet. Not that I know anyone of that name. She was almost on the point of opening the door and couldn't keep her eyes off it. My husband represents the firm of Niel et Cie all over Normandy. I'm afraid, Madame, that your relief is unfounded. I must ask you to accompany me to Sancerre, for both your sake and mine. But since she shook the postcard, which showed the old market in Rouen, the door of the dining room was still open, and Maigret could see now the maid's behind and feet, now her head, and the hair falling over her face. He heard the sound of the rag, greasy with polish, being wiped over the wooden floor. Believe me, I wish with all my heart that there was some mistake. However, the papers found in the dead man's pockets are definitely your husband's. They could have been stolen from him, but despite herself, a note of anxiety was beginning to creep into her voice. She followed Maigret's eyes as he looked at the smaller portrait and said, "Well, that photo was taken when he had begun dieting. If you would like to eat lunch first." suggested the inspector. I could come back for you in an hour's time. Certainly not. If you think that it's necessary, Eugenie, my black silk coat, my bag, and my gloves. Maigret was not interested in this case. It had all the hallmarks of a particularly distasteful investigation. And if he remembered the picture of the man with the goatee beard who was dieting and the boy dressed for his first communion, it was unintentionally. Everything he did today felt like a chore. First going back up the Central Avenue in an increasingly stifling atmosphere, and this time unable to take his jacket off. Then waiting 35 minutes at Melun Station, where he bought a picnic basket containing sandwiches, fruit, and a bottle of Bordeaux. At 3 p.m., he was sitting opposite Madame Gallet in a first-class compartment in a train on the main line to Moulins, stopping at Sancerre. The curtains were drawn, the windows lowered, but there was only a very occasional breath of fresh air. Maigret had taken his pipe out of his pocket, but when he looked at his companion, he gave up any idea of smoking in front of her. The train had been going along for a good hour when she asked, in a voice that at last sounded more human, "How would you explain all this?" "I can't explain anything yet, madame. I don't know anything, as I told you. The crime was committed on the night of 25th June at the Hôtel de la Loire. This is the holiday season. And in addition, the provincial prosecutor's offices aren't always in a hurry. We weren't told at police headquarters in Paris until this morning. Was your husband in the habit of sending you postcards whenever he was away? He was away a great deal, about 3 weeks a month. He went to Rouen and stayed at the Hôtel de la Poste. He's been staying there for 20 years. He based himself there and went out all over Normandy, but he managed to get back to Rouen in the evening as often as possible. You have only the one son. One son. Yes, he works in a bank in Paris, rather than living with you in Saint-Fargeau. It's too far for him to come home every day. He always spends Sundays with us. May I suggest that you have something to eat?" "No, thank you," she said, in the same tone that she might have used to reply to an impertinent remark. And indeed, he had difficulty in imagining her nibbling a sandwich like the first to arrive at a party, and drinking warm wine from the catering company's oiled paper cup. You could tell That dignity meant a great deal to her. She could never have been pretty, but she had regular features, and if she had not been so expressionless, she would not have been without charm. Thanks to a certain melancholy in her face, which was emphasized by her way of holding her head on one side. Why would anyone kill my husband? She wondered aloud. You don't know of any enemies he may have had. No enemies, no friends either. We live very quietly, like everyone who's known a time before all the brutality and vulgarity you find now that the war is over. I see. The journey seemed interminable. Several times, Maigret went out into the corridor for a few puffs at his pipe. His detachable collar had gone limp owing to the heat and his profuse perspiration. He envied Madame Galley, who didn't even notice temperatures of 33 or 34 degrees in the shade, and stayed in exactly the same position as at the start of the journey, as if for a bus trip, handbag on her knees, head slightly turned to the window. How was that man killed? The telegram doesn't say. I gathered that he was found dead in the morning. Madame Galley jumped, and it took her a moment to get her breath back as she sat with her mouth half open. It can't possibly be my husband. Surely that card proves it. I shouldn't even have had to go to all this bother. Without knowing just why, Maigret regretted not bringing the photo from the piano, because he was already having trouble reconstructing the top part of the face in his mind. On the other hand, he clearly visualized the overlong mouth, the small, thick beard, the poorly cut shoulders of the jacket. It was 7 in the evening when the train stopped at Tracy-Sancerre station, and they still had to walk a kilometer along the main road and cross the suspension bridge over the river Loire, which did not offer the majestic view of a river, but the sight of a great many streams of water running fast between sandbanks the color of overripe wheat. A man in a nankeen suit was fishing on one of these islets, and now the Hotel de la Loire came into view, its yellow facade running along the bank. The rays of the sun slanted more now, but it was still difficult to breathe the air, thick with so much water vapor. Madame Galley was in the lead now, and seeing a man who must be a colleague of his pacing up and down outside the hotel, Maigret disliked the thought that he and his companion looked a perfectly ridiculous couple. People on holiday, mostly families, wearing pale clothes, were sitting at tables under a glazed roof, with waitresses in aprons and white caps walking around. Madame Galley had seen the sign bearing the name of the hotel, surrounded by the crests of several clubs. She made straight for the door. "Police judiciaire?" asked the man, pacing up and down, stopping Maigret. "Yes. What is it?" "He's been taken to the town hall. You'd better hurry up. The post-mortem is at 8. You'll be just in time." Just in time to get acquainted with the dead man. At that moment, Maigret was still dragging himself about like a man doing a difficult and unattractive task. Later, he had time to remember the second point of contact at his leisure. It could not be followed by another. The village was glaring white in the stormy light of that late afternoon. Chickens and geese crossed the main road, and 50 meters away, 2 men in aprons were shoeing a horse. Opposite the town hall, people were sitting at tables on a cafe terrace. And from the shade of red and yellow striped awnings rose an atmosphere of cool beer. Ice cubes floating in sweet-smelling drinks, and newspapers just arrived from Paris. 3 cars were parked in the middle of the square. A nurse was looking for the pharmacy. In the town hall itself, a woman was washing down the gray-tiled corridor. "Excuse me, the body, back there in the school playground. The gentlemen are over there. You can come this way." She pointed to a door with the word girls over it. It said boys above the other wing of the building. Madame Galley went ahead with unexpected self-assurance. But all the same, Maigret thought she was more likely in some kind of daze. In the schoolyard, a doctor in a white coat was smoking a cigarette and walking about like a man expecting something. Sometimes he rubbed his very delicate hands together. 2 other people were talking under their breath. Near a table with a body stretched out on it under a white sheet. The inspector tried to slow his companion down, but he had no time to get there first. She was already in the yard, where she stopped in front of the table, held her breath, and suddenly raised the sheet over the dead man's face. She did not cry out. The 2 men who were talking had turned to her in surprise. The doctor put on rubber gloves, went over to a door, and asked, "Isn't Mademoiselle Angèle back yet?" While he took off one of his gloves to light another cigarette, Madame Galley stood there motionless, very stiff, and Maigret prepared to go to her aid. She abruptly turned to him, her face full of hatred, and cried, "How could this happen? Who dared to? Come this way, madame. It is him, isn't it?" Her eyes moving fast now, she looked at the two men, the doctor in white, the nurse who was on her way, waddling. "What do we do now?" she managed to say, her voice hoarse. And when Maigret, embarrassed, hesitated to reply, she finally flung herself on her husband's body, cast a furious glance of anger and defiance at the yard and everyone in it, and shouted, I don't want to. She had to be forcibly removed and handed over to the concierge, who abandoned her buckets of water. When Maigret returned to the yard, the doctor had a surgical knife in his hand and a mask over his face, and the nurse was handing him a frosted glass bottle. Unintentionally, the inspector kicked a small black silk hat, decorated with a mauve bow and an imitation diamond gemstone. He did not watch the post-mortem. Dusk was near, and the doctor had announced that he had 7 guests coming to dinner at Never. The 2 men were the examining magistrate and the clerk of the court. After shaking the inspector's hand, the magistrate merely said, "As you can see, the local police have begun their investigations. It's a terribly confused case." The body was naked under the sheet laid over it, and the dismal conversation lasted only a few seconds. The corpse was much as Maigret would have imagined from the photo of the living man, long, bony, with a bureaucrat's hollow chest, a pale skin that made his hair look very dark, while the body hair on his chest was reddish. Only half his face was still intact. The left cheek had been blown away by a gunshot. His eyes were open, but the mid-gray irises looked even more lifeless than in his photograph. He was dieting. Madame Galley had said. Under his left breast, there was a neat, regular wound retaining the shape of a knife blade, and behind Maigret, the doctor was dancing on the spot with impatience. "Do I send my report to you?" "Where are you staying?" "At the Hôtel de la Loire." The magistrate and his clerk looked elsewhere and said nothing. Maigret, looking for the way out, tried the wrong door and found himself among the benches in one of the school classrooms. It was pleasantly cool in there, and the inspector lingered for a moment in front of some lithographs entitled Harvest. a farm in winter, and market day in town. On a shelf, all the measures of weight and volume, made of wood, tin, and iron, were arranged in order of size. The inspector mopped his face. As he left the room again, he met the police inspector from Nevers, who was looking for him. Oh, good. There you are. Now I can join my wife in Grenoble. Would you believe it? Yesterday morning, when the phone call came, I was about to go on holiday. Have you found anything out? Nothing at all. As you'll see, it's a most improbable case. If you'd like, we can dine together, and I'll give you the details. If you can call them details, nothing was stolen. No one saw or heard anything. And it would be a clever fellow who could say why the man was killed. There's only one oddity, but I don't suppose it will get us very far. When he stayed at the Hôtel de la Loire, as he did from time to time, he checked in under the name of Monsieur Clément, a man of private means, from Orléans. Let's go and have an apéritif, suggested Maigret. He remembered the tempting atmosphere of the terrace. Just now, it had looked to him like the refuge he dreamed of. However, when he was sitting in front of an ice-cold beer, he did not feel the satisfaction he had anticipated. This is the most disappointing imaginable case, sighed his companion. You just take a look at it. Nothing to give us a lead.
And what's more, nothing out of the ordinary, except that the man was murdered.
He went on in this vein for several minutes, without noticing that the inspector was hardly listening. There are some people whose faces you can't forget, even if you merely pass them once in the street. All that Maigret had seen of Émile Galley was a photograph, half of his face, and his pale body. Again. It was the photo that lingered in his mind, and he was trying to bring it to life, to imagine Monsieur Galley having a private conversation with his wife in the dining room at Saint-Fargeau, or leaving the villa to catch his train at the station, in fits and starts. The top part of the man's face took clearer shape in his mind. Maigret thought he remembered that he had ashen bags under his eyes. I'll bet he had liver trouble, he suddenly said under his breath. Well, He didn't die of it, anyway, said his companion tartly, annoyed. Liver trouble doesn't blow off half your face and stab you through the heart. The lights of a fun fair came on in the middle of the square, where a carousel of wooden horses was being dismantled.